Say again? 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Before we formally begin with our program, allow me to also acknowledge few people, just to observe protocol. Let me acknowledge the Director General, Dr. Robert Nkuna, the SAPAM Deputy President, Professor Gili, who is also here, Deputy Minister Mohai, Deputy Minister Puti Manamela, Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Puleng Linkabula, Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Diniko Malulege. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Welcome to what is truly a special occasion and a special moment. I'm saying this deliberately because the lineup that we are having, particularly for this plenary, in my words, I normally say is quite all right. Now, one of the lessons, ladies and gentlemen, that I took very strongly since the inception of this seminar yesterday is the fact that life is not a competition. Life is not a competition between men and women. Life is collaboration. We should be reminded, ladies and gentlemen, of the gravitas, of the importance of working together, of the importance of complementing one another, especially the intellectual strength to build something meaningful. I'm saying this deliberately because one of the speakers that is going to come and talk to us, to a larger extent, is going to talk about issues of collaboration between institutions of higher learning and government. This is evident enough, ladies and gentlemen. This is a testament to the fact that life is not competition. Life is collaboration. Let me not waste time. Allow me to request the Gauteng chairperson of SAPAM, Mr. Murifi, to come and give us his opening and welcoming remarks. Mr. Murifi, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade Director of the program. You see, I'm challenged vertically, so I had to rearrange the mic. Thank you so much. I think it's also important to acknowledge the Deputy President of SAPAM, Professor Gili, and the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Linkabula. In her absentia, she gave us a powerful keynote address yesterday, and I believe we are still to reflect about, some of the things that she raised with us yesterday. The Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Mr. Buti Khwaredi Manamela, and the Deputy Minister of the DPME, and the Director General of the DPME, I think, and Professor Mashupe Masurumula, I see my elder and leader, Professor Rasigan Maharaj, here amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed academics, public officials, and valued stakeholders, today we gather here under the theme, Advancing Solidarity, Equality, Sustainability in Addressing Economic Growth, Development, and Stability. This seminar is not merely a platform for discussion, it is a call to action, a call to examine the intricate tapestry of global politics and the critical role that nations play in shaping our collective future. Let us begin with an urgent matter that has captured the world's attention. South Africa's leadership in its contingent of over 10 countries at the International Court of Justice, accusing Israel of violating its obligations under the Genocide Convention in its ongoing conflict in the Gaza Strip. I think this is a very important matter that should not escape us as we gather here, that we ought to reflect about this. But this action is not just a legal proceeding, it is emblematic of our moral obligation to uphold human rights and to stand against injustices wherever they may arise. The implications of this case extend far beyond borders. They challenge us to reflect on our own responsibilities and the role we play in fostering a just world. As we examine these pressing issues, we must also acknowledge the broader geopolitical landscape that impacts our efforts. The recent policies of the Trump administration and their potential repercussions on South Africa and the global South cannot be overlooked. And I think that in our discussion, we've got to reflect about these important issues, because I believe in the broader engagements, the South Africa-US relations are going to play a pivotal role in the outcomes of the leadership of South Africa into G20. The shift towards protectionism, fascism, and white supremacy, as underscored by South Africa's recently expelled ambassador to the US, Ibrahim Rasool, threatens the livelihoods of the working people, not only in the United States, but across the globe. But the question is, how will these policies affect our trade partnerships, our economic stability, and our collective pursuit of equality? It is our responsibility, therefore, to engage in this debate and consider how we, as academics and government officials, can devise strategies that can counteract these divisive policies. But are we prepared to advocate for global economic order that prioritizes a people over profit? I think, Professor Rasigan, this is an important question. I know, my brother, you will be able to, to reflect about. As we navigate this complex landscape, we must also turn our gaze to the political realities within our own continent. Just a heckler's cry from where we are sitting, Mozambique's opposition leader, Venancio Mondlane, has returned from the self-imposed exile, proclaiming his readiness for dialogue with the government after alleging that the October's elections were stolen from him. This moment serves as a poignant reminder that the struggle for democracy and justice is fraught with challenges. It beckons us to consider how we, as stakeholders in this process, can contribute to a more equitable political environment and ensure that the voices of all citizens are heard and respected. In addition to these pressing issues, we must not overlook South Africa's pivotal role in fostering peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The challenges faced by our neighboring nation are immense, but they are not insurmountable. South Africa's commitment to peace building and stability is a testament that our resolve in promoting regional, I mean, it's a testament of our resolve in promoting regional cooperation and understanding. How can we further leverage our diplomatic influence to ensure lasting peace and development in the DRC? I believe these are also important questions that, you know, academics, public officials have got to reflect about, because these are very, very important issues. As we delve into our discussions, it is crucial that we spark debates and encourage discussions that may be uncomfortable but necessary. We should not be afraid of engagement. So Professor Mashupe Masrumule likes saying that, young men, once you get a PhD, you must know it's a license to speak your ideas. So I'm saying as SAPAM, this is a platform for ideas, and I believe that government will bear with us a bit, because some of the things that we may raise may not be according to structures and systems of government, but about the future we are imagining as scholars. Solidarity amongst nations, equality amongst people, and sustainability in our development initiatives must be at the forefront of our efforts. I think it's important to remind you about this. And in my conclusion, as we embark in this seminar, let us remember that our discussions are not just theoretical exercises. They are a vital part of the ongoing struggle for justice, peace, and development. Together, we can create a future that reflects our shared values and aspirations. My role was to come here and just to situate a context and also welcome you here, that we continue ka Sepedi sa gešo ba re mampša re bofile, di mampša re bofile ba re shago la moeng le bea ke mong gae, re a le amogela, thobela. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murifi. Yeah, indeed, this is a platform of ideas, a festival of ideas. Colleagues, I am advised that Dr. Kifile sent an apology. Unfortunately, she could not make it. So I'm going to allow Professor Masoromule to talk to us. Immediately after he has done that, I'm going to open up question and answer sessions. I normally tell people that you don't come to a festival of ideas and not get to be asked questions. The beauty of scholarship is the liberty to respectfully question authority. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Executive Dean at the People's University, Professor Masoromule. Over to you, Prof.
Thanks, Mr. Modau. Thank you so much, Mr. Murifi. Colleagues, good morning. I think the essence of what we were requested to talk to, it's essentially about science and policy interface, which is critically important. It is critically important, particularly if we are to think about ourselves as a democratic state. We should be existing for the good of society. And if indeed that is what we want, we are necessarily compelled to ensure that we always act in what is in the interest of the public. But how do we do that? We need to understand what the public wants. Simple as that, right? And that becomes a challenge, an obligation, and a necessity for government to always ensure that its policies are based on what the people want. I was going through some of the things that we write about, and I came across a very interesting perspective from our colleagues in the South African Journal of Science. Linda Godfrey, Nikki Funge, and Kamel Mvizo. They said something very important which I want to share with you as a way of emphasizing the importance of science and policy interface. This is what they said. Government policies should be evidence-based rather than evidence-backed. That's very profound. In other words, policymakers must not use data to justify preconceived policy options to suit a particular political agenda or narrative. That's very important. I wish they were here because politics thrive largely on the basis of saying to people what they want to hear, not what they ought to hear. So that they can have instant political gratification. That's how political party survives. But instant political gratification is not sustainable. Because ultimately, particularly if you are in government, ultimately, instant political gratification will result in state plunder. And often, we've seen many of those state plunders. Often, those state plunders are as a result of, firstly, in many instances, misreading the complexity of societal issues. And if you read complexity within a particular political template, you will understand that complexity according to the logic of your political template, not what that situation really means. So what that becomes? That ultimately becomes a fundamental lie to yourself. Somebody was characterizing the neoliberal arrangement, which at some point became a dominant logic of how society organizes itself, as a fundamental pedagogy of big lies. So we're engaged in a lie. And a lie is not sustainable. Another state blunder is largely as a result of political or bureaucratic obstinance. But I'm happy that it's changing. This thing is changing. DG Nguna yesterday was talking about this evolving relationship between SPAM, them, it's changing, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Often when you are saying, the Dr. Makado, that this is what research says. Hey, you guys with your research. This is what our people want. I'm just making an example. I'm not really saying that you are saying that. But there is one thing, colleagues. Last night we talked about the fact that in each and every crisis lies an opportunity. We had a very interesting crisis, not only in South Africa, but globally, not long time ago, COVID-19. By the way, COVID-19 happened because of the fact, largely because of bureaucratic and political obstinance. Scientists have long been talking about that. We did not listen. It happened. We became reactive. Right? But also how we reacted to COVID-19. It was a beautiful case study of policy-science interface. Remember how we worked closely together? Right? So there is an excellent model in terms of how we can optimize science-policy interface. The challenge largely is we learn for convenience, not for sustainability. And that becomes a challenge. And it continues to be so. Right? So, science, policy, interface continue to be a complex and tenuous. And like as I said, the reasons are many. But chiefly among them is that often policy look at science dismissively as too slow and too expensive. Chief, our people cannot wait for your empirical study to conclude. We need to take a decision now. And that it invariably answered the question that no one has asked. Huh? They are saying that we are answering the question that Dr. Makautu is not asking. You know. But also, with that, we need to listen to that very carefully and critically. Because if you are being told that you are asking the question that you are answering the question that you are not asking. I know that Prof. Maharaj will say that, but I can't wait for you to ask the question for me to answer it through my research, because you are now encroaching into my autonomy as a scholar. Scholarship must be answerable to public good. Scholarship must be answerable to public good. And that is what some people called, what is it, Makhoba? A liberalist epistemology. Right? We can't just do research just for the sake of doing it. You can't just create knowledge for the sake of doing it. Knowledge must, at the end of the day, assist society. That is what is important. So that is why often I feel that people use autonomy to protect, justify their irrelevance. Another thing which is critically important is, how do we communicate research? And this example that I often give, at some point I read a very interesting article. They were analyzing, those guys were trying to understand how many people read what we write, particularly in humanities. The conclusion is very interesting. Prof. Ragu knows about that because I did talk about it the other time when I had a conversation with my professors in my faculty. You were there. This guy said that an article in humanities get read by the author of the article itself, get read by the editor of the journal which the author sent it to, get read by the peer reviewers. It get published. But after it get published, it will be lucky if it could actually be read by more than 2%. That is why often I used to say to my colleagues that you are teaching the kids, and I'm saying kids respectfully, because I know that these are young adults. I'm at the university. How many times do you read an article in a high-impact journal in your discipline so that you can understand the state of your discipline? You can't go and sleep and wake up without really checking what is going on in your discipline. So that guy was basically saying that scholars are actually talking to nobody. But, colleagues, remember that how we package our academic messaging sometimes can be too onerous to an ordinary South African. And here is the solution that I'm putting on the table. Do yourself a favor that each time that you publish in the Journal of Public Administration and many other journals, I know we academics, we love using this concept, epistemology, blah, 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 blah. Dr. Makatu is not interested in that, right? He's not interested in all this because you are punishing poor Dr. Makatu. All what he wants is a simplified way of saying that this is what the research says. So all what I'm trying to say is that after you publish your research in an academic journal, summarize it, package it nicely into an informed, highly educated, intelligent opinion piece. Publish it in the mainstream, republish it in the mainstream platform. And let me tell you, and they will, and all these colleagues from government will tell you that they've got the budget for newspapers. And each and every minister will have a person who will read newspaper for him or her. So if you can just have nicely package your research in a mainstream media, you are now beginning to communicate with policymakers directly. Often it's not that what we are saying in our academic journal is not important. It's very important. The language that we use, and we love that language, right? The language that we use, and we love that language. So that is we need to begin to look into how we communicate our research. It's very important. We should not just create what we call a sotoric society, elite society. No. Because if we do that, unwittingly, we are discouraging the very relationship that we want with government, and we don't want that. Because people cannot just perpetually declare their association to you, yet they do not really benefit from this association. Right? As SAPAM, to consolidate our relationship with government, we have engagement of this nature. We have our annual conferences. Right? Can we consolidate our discussion into policy briefs and send them to government? I know for a fact that Dr. Makatu's department is waiting for that eagerly. Right? We can't just meet and talk as ourselves and go back home. No. Policy brief. I was telling DG also, I think yesterday, that the outcome of what we are doing here should ultimately also find its way in one way or another into a statement of commitment that the heads of states at the end of our presidency will have to communicate to the world. And we still have an opportunity, because some of the things that we talk about here will still be taken further, because we still have SAPAM conference in September. But the issue should not just only be about SAPAM. The issue should be about almost everybody, because G20 open up a multilateral space for even ordinary voices to get into that space. And as PAM, as scholars, as intellectuals, we need to be the conduit of that. We need to be the conduit of that. And if we could succeed in doing that, we'll have actually made, you tell me when it's time. You tell me when it's time, right? So, but the point that I'm trying to make, colleagues, is that relationship that you want to build with government cannot just simply evolve as some sort of manna from heaven. No, it doesn't work out that way. We need to make sure that we work on it. And how do we work on it? By making sure that our partners also are happy with what we are doing. Because nobody can just simply come and spend all his time in a conference and ultimately is not really going to get anything. Colleagues, let's talk to government. Let's talk to policymakers. There is one colleague of mine reminded me about something, and I'm tempted to say that he must repeat what he said. I don't see him. Where is he? But at some point, yesterday, I met him, and he said that, remember what you said some time back? I can't remember when did I say that. He said that, you see, if you look in our Science Council, the NRF in particular, we don't have a category through which our scholars get rated called public administration. Public administration scholars get rated through other disciplines. Why is that? We need to have a conversation with the National Research Foundation. Get rated through political science. Get rated through HR matters. And if you go to chapter 18 of the National Development Plan, it talks about the importance of building state capacity. Why aren't we having a chair on building state capacity? Because the logic of the NDP, and which is true, that nothing that we committed ourselves in NDP can actually happen if we don't have strong state capacity. So that's the foundation. And that is our space. Why aren't we in that space? Why is government not really pumping through NRF processes money into that? Right? Because there is money for research in the country, but that money needs to be invested in what matters most. We need to do that. That's a conversation that we need to have. That's a conversation that we need to have. Relationship with government and many other organizations should not really be about dictating the terms. It should be about collaboration with a common purpose. Remember what I said earlier? I said that maybe we need to reframe our orientation when coming to issues that relate to epistemology, the theories of knowledge, so forth and so on. We need to, because sometimes also the challenge is we know that this is a real issue. We look at that real issue, but we look it within the broader epistemic framework, which belongs elsewhere. So when you use an epistemic framework, which belongs elsewhere, to analyze a particular matter, here, the ultimate interpretation of that phenomena is going to be wrong. That also brings back the question of a challenge to us to say that when we talk about transforming knowledge, we need to go to an extent of really dealing with the question of epistemology. I wrote a piece at some point which got me into trouble, titled, "Why African Professors are Afraid of Colonial Education Being Dismantled." Because for a person to become a professor, you must firstly fulfill the requirement of Western epistemology. The moment when you come with your decoloniality, you'll be defined out of existence. But I'm glad that yesterday we had the courage to really deal with that matter. Because my argument was that the hashtag Fees Must Fall was not only about the economics of higher education. It raised a fundamentally important question of epistemology. Right? But the question is, where was the professors? Where was the professors? Because the question of knowledge is a complex matter, which needs thought leadership at the level of the professoriate. But the professoriate will not enter that space. All what I'm trying to say is that we are entering into, in the context of G20, we are emphasizing as a country solidarity. We'll be working. We want to work with scholars across the world, right? Collaboration, right? Not co-option. We should be very careful that collaboration should, and if we enter that space from a weak epistemological basis, people are just simply going to dictate to us. So we need to assert ourselves. Going back to the other point that I need to talk about is this importance of multidisciplinarity. Right? There is no opportunity for us anymore to continue to be narrow in our approach. Monodisciplinarity doesn't have any future anymore. Multidisciplinarity, because the problems that emanate from society are too complex, right? For a policy to make sense, it must have a sociological perspective, the political economy, and many other things, right? But essentially, in many of our institutions, we need to begin to really ask the question about how is our curriculum structured? Are we still structured in a way that our job is to teach our students systems and processes, instead of facilitating their cognitive development into the real world of knowledge? Knowledge as a continuous process of creation. So these are some of the critically important issues. We should be able to collaborate with our colleagues in other disciplines. Let me use the example of COVID-19 again. You have those people that studied diseases. They call them epidemiologists. They will tell you about the causes of diseases, blah, 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 but they will not tell you about the implication of not attending to this matter urgently. And they will not even tell you about the economic implication, the cost factor. Because if you don't attend to this urgently, this is how much the country will lose. So, you see, there is an epidemiologist, he'll just tell us about whatever. But bring in Those people who are also good in scenarios, modeling, blah, blah, so that we can work together to create a complete picture for government to be able to take informed decisions. And by the way, COVID-19 caught all of us by some, including the so-called developed nations. To an extent that some of us, and I think this is what we often don't really say much, South Africa was good in terms of reacting to COVID-19 compared to many developed countries. We're good. Brought scientists, brought decision makers in one room. It was just so wonderful. All what I want to say, colleagues, is that we've got an excellent model of science policy interface that emanated from the COVID-19 situation. Can we go back to that model and make sure that that model become the mainstream of how we ought to do things? I guess that's just my simple message. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Colleagues, I want us to move with speed so that we can do justice to the breakaway sessions. May I kindly take Dr. Makado? Yeah, we do. Okay. Now, thank you, Prof. Over to you, Doc. Immediately after him, I'm going to open up the question and answer session. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is David Makado from DPME. I'm responsible for research and knowledge management. I've been requested to reflect on collaboration and partnership that we established in the previous 6 administration, especially working closely with universities and different research institutions. Okay, the outline of the presentation, it will just cover the purpose, the approach that were applied, the lessons learned from the collaboration, as well as the recommendation for collaborative partnership to enhance the implementation of policy research in the 7 administration. Okay, the purpose is just to share the insight on the experience from research collaboration and partnership in the 6 administration, but also to draw lessons from few research and evaluation reports, and few of these reports, it includes the COVID-19, which Prof has touched on, to say the model is something that we need to consider going forward, but also the 30-year review that we recently completed. But also there was the National Income Dynamic Study that we used to collaborate with the University of Cape Town to conduct multidimensional studies, doing the panel studies. But the purpose was to promote the policy research from the different research institutions. Then we will expect around like 15 papers, a policy brief, to be shared with us, where we also organize the session. Okay, we'll also share the background on the methodology that we normally adopt for setting the research agenda in the DPME, and also some lessons and conclusion. Okay, just to provide the background and the context, then through evaluation, evidence, and knowledge system branch, the DPME develop and implement evidence plan to support its mandate. By identifying research and evaluation priorities which are aligned to NDP and the medium-term development plan, but also defining what constitutes evidence and how evidence is generated, sourced, and managed and utilized. Then building stakeholder relation and establishing partnership in the evidence ecosystem. Then specifying the deliverables with clear purpose and time frame. Then support the production of evidence within the DPME and through partnership with external stakeholders, which also include various universities. Yeah, it seems as we've got a challenge with the technology, but these slides just reflect in terms of the number of COVID-19 research publication across university in South Africa as of July 2021. There is one of the papers that was also published in the report of the COVID-19, which covered some of this research that were conducted. And the majority of these publications were from historically white institutions with overwhelming representation from Wits, Stellenbosch, and University of Cape Town. You can see also with regard to the numbers in terms of Wits leading with 86, then followed by Stellenbosch with 95, and UCT with 98, and UJ 34, and 20 was University of Cape Town, Pretoria, and KZN, and UNISA. The rest of the universities, I didn't include them, but in the papers, because the number of publications, there were less than 10 with regards to, then I didn't include in the table. But in the report, then you will find the detail of the publication with regard to the COVID-19. Then the question for discussion, I think this question also was raised yesterday, also by the Vice Principal, with regards to the supply chain process, whether the issue of bidding is working with regards to promoting research to support the policy decision making. I think it's something that we also need to ponder and discuss, but also the issue of allocation of chairs to universities by NRF in terms of addressing the past imbalances, which I think the table before, I mean, it shows in terms of the contribution, especially from the previous historical disadvantaged universities, that during the period of COVID-19, the publication from those institutions, they were very low, but those advantaged universities, they were able to contribute and publish. Then the multiple entry points of evidence to enter the policy cycle. Normally, when we define the research agenda, it starts with the agenda of the government. In this case, is the NDP and the medium-term development plan. Then if we recall, when the NDP was developed and adopted in 2012, then there was a diagnostic report, which comprised of a number of papers that were published to inform the development of the NDP. Then also when we developed the National Development Plan, it was informed by the 30-year review that we commissioned, and that we also collaborated with a number of research institutions. But as part of the implementation, there's a need also to conduct a number of research as part of monitoring the implementation of various interventions that have been identified to be achieved by the medium-term development program. But towards the end, then it's important also to conduct evaluation or review in terms of the program. Then the evidence needs analysis and alignment. Normally, we identify the research priorities through the desktop review, but also the expectation of parliamentary committee, the issue arising from cabinet processes and expectation, issue arising from also government cluster, but also from the external stakeholder like citizens, civil society, and research community, because it's a two-way, that also the inputs from the external stakeholder with regards to the research priorities. Then the collaboration and partnership approach, which it follows some of these steps in terms of signing the MOU. I think the SAPAM and the DPME, they follow this process, which is driven by one of our units there in the department, and they will establish the governance structure and also identify the relevant research and the conceptual framework, but also area of support, but also cause the capacity and knowledge sharing initiatives like the one that we're having today. Then the approach adopted for the COVID-19 with regards to the collaboration, then the DPME was the project lead, and we drafted the guiding framework, which was supported internally. We had the experts internally, but also the chapter leads that also supported the researchers that were mobilized through NRF, which mobilized more than 50 experts, especially mostly from the researchers, because those were the researchers and academics that contributed in terms of producing various papers. Then the GTEC was also brought on board, and they assisted in terms of coordinating the project, but also provided the secretariat and the technical support, and also in terms of consolidating the report. Then the NRF assisted in terms of recruiting and appointing various experts from various universities. Then the approach for the 30-year review, this was led by DPME. The experts from the department, they were responsible in terms of coordinating inputs from various spheres of government and producing different chapters, which they synthesize and utilize different data and the report. And also, they involve the experts from externally in terms of peer reviewing different chapters in the report. Those were the kind of collaboration that, in terms of the approach that was used for the COVID report, which was driven mostly by academic, but the officials in the department, they were responsible for peer reviewing different chapters, but also we managed to get also the experts that were not involved in drafting the chapters to review, but also we mobilized also the experts from the World Bank to also review the report as part of ensuring that there is we met the expectation, especially from the academic, because they were concerned in terms of contributing that the work needs to be also acknowledged at the university level, that the methodology and in terms of the ethics that we complied with the process. Then lesson on managing the research in terms of we established the governance structure, there was the appointment of projects and the chapter leads, but also formalizing the research involvement by signing the project plan. Then there were also a routine engagement with stakeholders. Then we developed the conceptual framework and developed the guideline in terms of the structure of the report so that there's a standardization in terms of different chapters that need to be produced. The lesson on mobilization of resources. What we have learned, especially working with the experienced, trusted partners, especially NRF and the GTEC, I think they assisted in mobilizing the resources in terms of the experts and also the finance. Then the public-private partnership also proved efficient in terms of to garner the budget, but also the in-kind support enhanced the quality of the report, especially the academic from other institutions that were also assisted, especially for 30-year review. We worked with the University of Pretoria that assisted in terms of recruiting the experts to review, to peer review the 30-year review. Then the dissemination of research, which was also highlighted, that is critical. Then we collaborated with UNISA, UJ, and NSG and other institutions with regards to the dissemination of the report. Lessons on data collection. Obtaining ethical clearance, it was critical because when we started, I remember, especially for the COVID, most of the academics, they wanted to withdraw, to say unless we got the ethical clearance, then they're not going to participate. We had to engage HRC that assisted with regards to ethical clearance, but also our DG had to write also the letter so that we increase the participation, especially the permission letter for the experts that we issue to them to say this study is done in collaboration with the experts from various universities. Then we're seeking the support. Then also the online mode with regards to research and data collection. I think if you recall, especially during the COVID, it assisted quite a lot with regards to collection of data. But from our side, we provided the support with regards to transcribing and recording of interviews, because we appointed the service provider to assist the researchers in terms of recording and transcribing. Then lessons on planning a cycle, the issue of misalignment on planning cycle in government and research institution. It impacts especially on the uptake of research. Then the severe time and funding constraint, and the lack of incentives to support the policy-oriented research publication. A lesson of production of research support. Then the validation workshop, which we organized, attended by senior government officials, civil society, and academics. I think it assists with regards to providing inputs, the peer review by various experts, then allowing authors also to disseminate their work, and later confirming contribution of authors, support in providing editing and proofreading, because that's also one of the support that we provided, which assisted. Then the recommendation, I think we need to strike the balance, especially the research and as well as the needs of government, to just make sure that the research that we conduct in government, it also meet the expectation, especially of the universities, because they will need the proof that the report has been peer reviewed. For example, I mean, so far I've written, I think, more than 50 letters, because a number of academics, they required the peer review letter so that they can submit to the institution. So because there was the need to for the work that they've produced, for it to be acknowledged that there must be evidence that it has been peer reviewed. Then it's important also to develop the research protocol that can promote co-production and meet the short and the long-term needs of both parties, but also to develop the incentives to encourage research institutions and researchers to undertake policy-relevant studies. Then also to manage the compliance requirements of both parties. Then collaborative research project. Then to improve access to data. And lastly, to institutionalize research advisory committee for government departments to improve research and policy engagement and better uptake. Because in all the departments, there is planning, monitoring, evaluation, and also research that take place. But if we institutionalize the research advisory committee, that can also provide the guidance and the support in different areas. I think that will assist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makado. Colleagues, I'm going to open up question and answer session. But before that, I'm told there's a bag that is missing. So please check underneath the table. If there's a bag that you don't know, we are more than welcome to bring it to that table. I'm going to open up a question and answer session quickly, straight to the point. Then immediately after that, I'm going to request, just before we can go to a comfort break, I'm going to request Professor Maharaj and Dr. Meji Mahopa to come and make their presentations as well. Like I always say, you don't come to a festival of ideas and not get to be asked questions. So do we have roving mics? Wonderful. By the show of hands, colleagues, let me take questions. By the show of hands. Doc, we are number one. The gentleman at the back, number two. Wonderful. In that order, please. Remember, if there's a bag that you don't know, please take it to the table on my right. Over to you, Doc.
The question is directed to both of the speakers, and it's a very simple question. Why is it difficult for government to admit that they are running a capitalist system and make it work instead of hiding and covering it with some race and leftist discourse?
Meji, my answer is simple. I don't know. I really don't know. But it was quite interesting because the question that we're asking, I think it relates to the discussion that we had yesterday, towards the end of the session yesterday, which when I listened to it quite closely, I think also the challenge is not only with government accepting that they operate within a particular framework. The challenge is even amongst ourselves as intellectuals. Because I sense that there are different intellectual traditions amongst ourselves, which essentially frame the debate yesterday, utopian idealism on the one hand, and materialist dialectic on the other hand. So the challenge is not just only within the state, you know. But at the end of the day, I think that obviously a state become a configuration of a particular ideological template which is dominant at a particular point in time. Right? So inevitably such will have an influence on how things get done, you know. So Meji, that's the best that I can do to your question.
Do you want to take a bite, Doc? Do you want to take a bite?
No, I think from my perspective is that I think from the government side, I don't think I can admit on behalf of the government. I think that is beyond my pay grade.
All right, thank you so much. The gentleman at the back, over to you.
Good morning. My name is Tlage Evans Malana from the Gauteng Department of Health. I'm the coordinator of the interim youth desk there. To you, Prof. Can I make a request? At the Gauteng Department of Health, I'm one of the people who have been fighting and trying to see if it's possible to establish a youth directorate, right? It's always difficult when you engage with our MECs, our premiers regarding that issue, because in events they will always admit, they will always be in support that they support establishment of a youth directorate, but they understand the challenges that they will have is that once there is a youth directorate, there's a young person who's a director. When they go on those committees, seminars where they discuss policies of the department, young people are going to be there. They don't want them there. They can agree, no, we want a youth directorate. When you start engaging with them in establishing one, they realize they don't want it in reality, because once they have it, they will have a young person who will fight their ideas when they go to tender briefings. So we've been having a struggle, for me specifically, I've been having struggles engaging with our MEC, Norman Dural Hoko, regarding such. Even though when I had the first meeting with her, she supported, she loved it. But then when we start now putting it on paper, on how it should be, how it should run, they don't like it. Can I ask that, I can't say I'm putting you under pressure, but can I ask that through you, we collaborate with you, with your institution, and you allocate us young people that we can work with to engage with our MEC, Nomantural Hoko. Already we've started engaging with the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability regarding that. They've allocated us people. Just last week, I was engaging with a lady in the Office of the Premier in the Youth Directorate called Itumeleng Mpure. She was not at work, but yeah. So we're hoping to have a meeting with her. But can I ask that you allocate us young people that, you know, we always say intellectuals who can help us really refine what we are trying to put out to our MEC. They will put it better for us, because some of us are not intellectuals. We are not that good with phrasing things. But I think if we can have such people, we can have such young people, and who are not afraid. You know, one thing that I always seem to worry about is that we have young people who are very educated, but most of us are very afraid. We're going to get there, MEC is going to stand up, they're going to start shaking, they can't even speak. We don't want people who are afraid. Some of us have been threatened too many times, then you'll get fired. I've been waiting for that letter. And I told them that I'm waiting for it. If you believe what I did is wrong, you want to fire me, I'm waiting for the letter. But if we're going to have people who are afraid, can't be able to speak in front of the MEC, it is not going to help us get where we need to get. That's all, Prof. Thank you.
Over to you, Prof.
Yeah, but Tebola, I wanted to give this question to you. It's like you read my mind. I was happy to see you coming through the door. So maybe you'll answer it better. Yeah, I'll speak after you speak. Oh, you were asking a question, sorry. I thought that I'm going to abdicate that question to you.
Thank you. The dangerous subtext of your question is to assume that youth can only contribute when it is organized alone. That's the first dangerous subtext of your question. This SAPAM that you are attending was a construct of youth who did not want to be youth before they formed it. They just became youth and formed it. It's one good. Meaning that you don't have to be organized as youth to contribute into your country. You must make your ideas as youth to make you recognized because of your ideas and not your age. Because one day you'll be an elder. So what I'm saying is that if you want a desk of youth, I'm saying all the desks are desks of elders. Youth imagination must be encouraged. It must be given space to flourish. It must be supported. The executive director of SAPAM is a very youthful man and he's doing well, but he's not organized as a youth in SAPAM. There are many professors here who are youth themselves. They are not organized as youth to be professors. They just became professors whilst being youth. So I'm just responding just as an elder to say the subtext might be incorrect. What is correct though is that we must support you, that the ideas of youth must find expression in the policies of government.
Yeah.
That we must support. But we can't say they can only get expression when youth are in their corner alone. That thing has cost us a full generation as a nation, where youth decided to operate alone. And now we have problems of succession in leadership because the youth that we had, dynamic as it is, it organized itself outside the succession and regimented things that any society must have. In Sepedi we say, Shakala hloka manamane, ga le na bokamoso. But if manamane are disorganized, manamane ao a tla hlabiwa before go jewa dikgomo. And that's what happened in this country. Dikgomo di ka mo, manamane a godila noši, and manamane a hana order. So it's something that we need to start nipping the bud about that, to say, we're not saying people should not have their youthful ideas. I think I was worse than you when I was a youth. But I never demanded to be a youth. I demanded space for my ideas. Thank you.
Thanks, Matebola. Thank you so much. So in that context, I think what we need to do, what I need to appreciate is that you are at the right platform. The platform for your ideas is here. So make use of this platform. John is here and many others. Let's just start to have that conversation. But I hear the point that you are making, and also the advice that come to an elder who at some point was a youth himself. He used to make a joke that John reminds him of the day when he was still young, when he was as young as John. Yeah, but colleagues, the fact of the matter is that if you look at Africa searching population, those who make projections is that by 2050, the world's population will be constituted by a younger population. So the question that we need to ask ourselves as the continent is, how do we use that as a demographic dividend? That's a question that we need to ask ourselves and answer. And this is the right platform. The G20 platform is the right platform to answer that question, right? And the fact that you don't have the desk should not make your ideas useless, if I may put it that way. Your ideas is what matters most. I think the point that Matebola was making is that let us not really fight to institutionalize ourselves in one way or another, because we know the dynamics of institutions. They often culminate into fiefdoms. And the moment when we unwittingly institutionalize ourselves to an extent that we become a fiefdom, we lose that youthful idea that we want to move forward, right? So I hope he's a member. He must always be here. He must contribute his ideas. His ideas must matter in the G20 as the idea of the youth of Africa, right? So I think that's a point that Prof. Matebola is trying to make. Please, I appreciate your energy. I appreciate your passion, but your passion should not really be discouraged by the fact that you don't get some desk. No, your ideas are bigger than that desk that you are looking for. Very big. You know, because just by listening to you, I pick up so many profound things, and that is what we need. That is what we need. In my own private space, some people attack me to say that, why isn't that all my friends that I spend so much time with are young people? Because I appreciate the new things that they're bringing into my life. You know, so think about yourself as also part of the friends of the older people who at some point also were the youth. So that is how I could actually deal with your question, but we can take it further. We can take it further. But also, John, I hope you are here. Please make sure that you make follow-up at that level so that we can try to assist each other.
All right, thank you very much, colleagues. I think I'm requesting to release the two gentlemen in the interest of time and request Dr. Meji. Yes, a big round of applause. Prof, may I request that you come join me together with Dr. Meji. So these are the two presenters that we're going to take quickly. Immediately after them, we go to our breakaway sessions. Say again? Say again? You are a young person. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Hopefully my laptop doesn't. Okay. Good morning. As I've been introduced, my name is Mitch Makova. I teach at the University of Limpopo in communication studies, but my work revolves around Black economic empowerment and discourse and power in South Africa. So today I'm just going to be sharing the contestations around Black economic empowerment locally in South Africa and how that sort of interlink with the global community or global capitalist system. And my presentation is going to be just underpinned by what I call Azanian traditions. And I'm going to use these traditions just sort of to make sense of the political economy in South Africa and how that is interlinked with BEE. So within this tradition, our focus is on what sort of political mechanism we have in order to ensure the continuation and the elaboration of the struggle for the liberation at an analytical, intellectual, and conceptual level, which means that we take the position that research is also a political commitment. We just don't do research for the sake of it. So we deal with issues of epistemic justice in which when I research about BEE, I also have to categorically state whether I agree with the policy or I don't agree because we are doing a conceptual analysis. And conceptually, within this tradition, we do not see BEE as any policy of affirmative action. We see BEE as a capitalist neoliberal project, which has actually sidestepped the government from touching the political economy because when you check the establishment of the policy, it came as a private sector policy that was given to the government to implement, but that history is sort of absent in South Africa. And through this analysis, we also look at how can we critique or do the negation of Western civilization. I know democracy in South Africa is loved so much, and there are also allegations in South Africa that democracy has replaced apartheid, which is a big problem because in South Africa, democracy operates within a capitalist system. And we argue that that relationship is corrupt on its own because democracy speaks on the left and capitalism speaks on the right. So there's no a close relationship between the two. So within this conceptual framework, BEE is simply a continuation of white domination in South Africa. And just because the word black is used there, many people think it's about black people, but when you go deeper in terms of the political economy, you realize that BEE is actually serving the interest of white people. So we also look at the result analytic focus and consciousness about the ongoing constitutive material and symbolic force of race and racialization. And since 1994, there's been the concept of non-racialism and the rainbow nation, rainbowism, which is also an allegation that South Africans are united as a country, and is a serious allegation because Sobukwe says non-racialism is simply a multiplication of racism because you are taking people who are materially different by the socioeconomic conditions and you are pretending as if they are equal, but the constitution itself also built on that allegation that South Africa is equal for all and this is what we must do. But when you check historically, actually South Africa is still a crime scene. And this is what Mudiri says. The new South Africa derives its heritage from the political and legal actors who generally acceded to colonial status, accepted the terms of colonialist discourse, exceptionally its concept of race, its definition of civilization through Western culture and Western political economy, historically adopted a moderate reformist orientation to anti-colonial, anti-apartheid struggle, an orientation heavily influenced by white fears and anxieties. And I think you can see currently with AfriForum, the DA and Solidarity that actually South Africa is governed by white fears and there's also a high level of white victimhood in which a small tokenistic policy such as BEE has actually created white victimhoods. If, apparently white people are victims of BEE, which was created by white capital, which is a serious contradiction, because how can white capital create something that is going to take privilege from white people? Doesn't really make sense. And these are some of the challenges we see, because BEE is about reform, it's not about transformation. But because of the white media and the politicians, it has actually occupied the space of transformation. And as we speak, transformation has to be at an economical, political level, but it's not yet there, and the BEE has been pushed symbolically to close that space, which is one of the biggest scams we have seen post-1994. So I'm going to locate BEE within the two anti-colonial discourses, and I think this is very important. Within the liberation movement, there were two anti-colonial discourses. The discourse number one was that of radical anti-colonial tradition. And this course was centered on reclaiming the political and cultural sovereignty, reconquest of the land, and a fundamental reordering of the institutions and values governing society. And we can all agree that the state has not done this. We inherited an apartheid racialist capitalism, and we've tried to sort of find loopholes and gaps in which we can fit black people without that system, and it has not worked. And the conversation has now shifted from this system to corruption, because it operates within the discourse of government corruption, that even when we talk about government corruption in South Africa, we think that is the main issue, only to find that it's actually a secondary contradiction. The primary contradiction is that South Africa is a white supremacist capitalist society that is based on patriarchy, sexism, and racism. But that conversation has sort of been put in the background because we think that we have the problems that we have because of corruption. And it's not because of that. Capitalism dictates how resources are distributed in society. And if the capitalism is so specific, is based on race, it means that it's going to favor white people at the expense of blacks. But the issue is that we just assume that the resources are distributed unequally because there's government corruption, whereas it's actually the nature of the capitalist system to do what we call maldistribution of resources. So within this also tradition, there's also what we call the liberal anti-decolonial tradition. These are the people that call themselves the realists. You can't change the political, cultural institutions of apartheid because we have to be realistic of the current conditions, material conditions. And these people, which defeated the radicals in the 60s, were arguing that we just need a political accommodation. We don't want to tamper with the political economy of the country. We just want to be in what has been happening in this country. What does this do? It means that the economy is still centered around white domination, with few blacks being pushed into certain spaces, actually to give us a symbolic picture that this is a rainbow nation. Blacks can now go to school, can now eat in the same restaurants with white people, and that is not transformation. It's actually simply tokenism. But that tokenism in South Africa is actually representing the picture of transformation. And within this, the realist history, and that new history is now showing us flames as a country. So now let me do a brief analysis on the origins of BEE. A majority of people in South Africa think that BEE is a government policy. And I'm here to tell you that it's actually not. It's not a government policy. BEE started or was formalized in the 70s by Sanlam. And fast forward in the 70s, we go to 1998. The Black Business Council, BMF, met in Stellenbosch to actually ask government to formalize BEE as a government policy. And in 2001, I made a mistake there. In 2001, they created a report that was given to President Thabo Mbeki. And in that report, they said they believe that black people must be responsible for taking charge of BEE because it was initially created by white capital. And within that discourse of appropriating BEE as a government, as a private sector policy to government, we saw some perversion of black consciousness in which black consciousness actually became corporate black consciousness, which benefited black business instead of majority of black people who are still languishing in poverty. I don't want to restate the statistics we have seen yesterday when the Statistics General was giving us the picture of where we are as a country. So in 2002, Thabo Mbeki just simply tells us that there was a BEE commission that said, which was made out of white capital and some black organizations. And he tells us that, no, we're accepting the policy now. We want to formalize it as a policy government, which simply means that we see a huge level. It's not a government institution, but Mbeki is proudly telling us that we have accepted their recommendation. On these two specific areas of legislation, institutional framework, it has been decided as follows. All sectoral legislation will be examined to ensure the obligation that BEE is incorporated on the basis of common principles agreed upon. And he also said they are going to create a BEE council, which you now see as a BEE commission in the current administration. And all these are things that developed in the private sector, given to the state to formalize. But that discourse it's quite absent in the public discourse because we assume that BEE was predominantly about affirmative action reparation, only to discover that actually this is a private sector policy which was given to the state, and the administration just accepted it as it is. So, in all the lies we have heard about South Africa, I think Mbeki is the one that spoke the truth. That I call him the king of neoliberalism because I don't want to call him a sellout. So Mbeki says, and this is to show you that this is BEE is just an extension of capitalism. And Mbeki says in 1999, speaking to the BMF, ours is a capitalist economy. It is therefore inevitable that in part, and I repeat, in part, we must address this goal of deracialization within the context of the property relations characterized on a capitalist economy. As part of the realization of the aim to eradicate racism in our country, we must strive to create and strengthen a black capitalist class. And we see this as a serious contradiction because if you go to Thabo Mbeki's speech in 1977, it is the same Thabo Mbeki who gave a critique of the weaknesses of creating the capitalist class because capital is based on white over accumulation. And whether you are black or white, if you're a capitalist, you want to over accumulate. So this is what Mbeki contradicting us. I don't want to say that he's a liar, but there are serious contradictions which are put us where we are because we were told that the black capitalist class is going to help us push other black people out of poverty. But capitalism is based on inequality and over accumulation, which means that there are some issues with what Mbeki has done here. So now let's look at the contestations and some lies. Remember that they didn't tell us that BEE is actually a private sector policy. And now, white people in South Africa are crying that BEE is actually working against their interest. Whereas we know that, and Thabo Mbeki's brothers emphasized that BEE was actually created to co-opt liberation, figures of liberation movement into compromise in 1994. So today the DA tell the lie that BEE works against the interest of white people. And to contradict this thing is simple. How can white people create something that is going to take their interest? So the DA is not telling the truth. Again, we also hear the lie that Journalists and academics and politicians lie that BEE has failed to empower the black majority. There's no way capital can create a policy that is going to benefit black people. So some academics are also liars. But I know within this, the academic liberal discourse, you are not to call someone a liar. Unfortunately, I've given myself that freedom because I know that I have academic freedom of expression and I'm using it. So the same elite is also lying that BEE is an alternative to the ANC's neoliberal capitalist agenda that has failed because of poor implementation. And this is a serious problem, especially within public administration, where people do research on policy. And the same scholars will actually try to use the policy documents as theoretical frameworks, which means that there's no actually activist scholarship in place because someone just assumed that because a policy was created by a government, it's an objective policy, and we agree with it. And that's unacceptable as a scholar because you have to go there as somebody who's doing the thinking, not conclude. Okay. So somebody who has to do the thinking. So they say I must conclude. How many minutes? 2 minutes. 2 minutes is fine. So globally we are at a space where we have a hegemony of lies in which AfriForum and the DF have waged war on policies that slightly, underline the word slightly intervene in the decades of explicit exclusion as reverse racism. They are now crowned foul that they are taking our resources, they don't want to work, we need meritocracy. Based on something that is actually a rainbow. A rainbow is something that you see, but when you go closer, you can't, it's not there. And this is what BE is about. But white people are busy in the media, hey, you guys don't want to work because you just want free things. And how can white capital give us free things? Because it's mainly based on exploitation and over accumulation of resources. So they also lie that, or these liars believe that race-based inequality will magically disappear if social scientists and government stop cataloging and start ignoring them. So if we now assume or pretend that race is no longer important, inequality will disappear, and that's what Louis Gordon calls bad faith. You know that something is real, but you want to assume it's not there so that you can continue. You don't want to be bothered. And the other lie is also perpetuated by the ANC. The ANC, since 1994, has managed to use race to perpetuate neoliberalism. And Louis Gordon says, the ANC uses the language of race in the trumpeting of the free market, while narrowing race to a phenomenon that is disconnected from capitalist production. So race is something that you can use to score cheap political points. But when you are supposed to do the political work of making sure that race informs policy, the ANC then take a step back, then is, my presentation was, can I just conclude here? Yeah, thank you very much. So now when you look at this conversation within the global capitalist matrix of power, you discover that South Africa goes into that space as so-called partner, but we are not really a partner. And the prophecy has always been there that we must be careful of these multi-international partnerships that are based on partnership. They are not really partnerships. They are based in what we call gift economics. And Dinaranga state that gifts contain an inescapable elements of power and morality which create a social bond between the giver and the receiver, as the expectation of reciprocity is inherent in the gifts, leaves the receiver in the position of indebtedness, vulnerable to the whims of the donor, so empowering. So we are in these international partnerships because we've been given gifts, and those gifts come with the issues of liberalization. We give you so much money, but you must then liberalize your economy.
It's going to be combined. It's going to be combined. And presentations are going to be on this venue. Then session 3, sustainability. It's the one that we're going to take outside. There's a room on your right, just when you go out of that door, where you see a SAPAM banner, that's going to be the venue. So session 1 and 2 combine on this venue. Prof, over to you.
Good morning to everyone. Yeah. I have a long presentation to share with you. I'm saying this up front so that you also maybe will note I'm going to be covering topics which have also been expressed over the last 2 days, or the day and a half already. And because of that, I'm going to try to connect some of these things together as well. But the framing really is going to be looking at ourselves at a global level as well. So we've heard much being referred to specifically to South Africa. But I'm raising these also that we remain critical about even using the word G20. And I hope from what I share with you, some of those sentiments, those critiques come across. So my sincerest appreciation to SAPAM, to DPME, for your courage also in inviting me to this platform. It's an important seminar, and I really hope the outcomes of the seminar, as we've expressed already, get disseminated more widely. Yeah. So by way of introduction, and I'm following from the Gauteng chair, which said it's a call to action, but I want to add a word before action, and that word is informed. So a call to informed action, and it follows the excellent presentation we've just received as well. So our contemporary conjuncture invokes a conceptual device to better understand and appreciate our current context and the potential for progressive transformation. I use the framework, and it's important as well that we're meeting in an academic context, so we also share our references. And here I'm going to mention the name of Stuart Hall. And I'm looking across to see if there's any recognition. Stuart Hall played an incredibly important role in how we understand our current times. And he's the one who invoked and used conjuncture as a specific point of reference. It was made mention of by the Vice-Chancellor from UNISA as well yesterday, amongst others. So according to Stuart Hall, who is late and a famous black Marxist scholar who operated out of Britain, a conjuncture is a period during which different social, political, economic, and ideological contradictions that are at work in society come together to give it a specific and distinctive shape. A conjuncture can be long or short. It's not defined by time or by simple things like change of regime, although these have their own effects. As Stuart saw it, history moves from one conjuncture to another rather than being an evolutionary flow. And what drives it forward is usually a crisis, when the contradictions that are always at play in any historical moment are condensed. Or another Marxist scholar, Althusser, described it as a fuse in a ruptural unity. Hall based his work on the critique of the political economy of Britain, and recognized that crises are moments of potential change, but the nature of their resolution is not given. So while I support what Professor Masarumula was raising earlier, that crisis has the opportunity for change, it's not necessarily positive change that may result from crisis. And Hall illustrates this indeterminacy of change by noting that it may be that society moves on to another version of the same thing. In his experience, the move from Thatcher to Major in Britain, or to a somewhat transformed version, not radically altered though, from Thatcher to Blair, or relations that can be radically transformed that we've not seen for a long time in world systems. So that's the one conceptual device, and I really encourage, especially with this association, as I come to know it, we need to pay much more attention to using that framing. The second point is this notion of polycrisis. And here I'll draw from also a progressive scholar, Vijay Prasad, who argued that a polycrisis can be defined as a situation wherein multiple interconnected crises, economic, environmental, social, political, etc., emerge and exacerbate each other, ultimately revealing the inherent contradictions and unsustainable nature of the capitalist system. So, colleagues, what I'm suggesting is not for us to only operate at the surface level. It's absolutely important for us to bring the roots forward. What underpins these systems that perpetuate, that reproduce the combined and uneven world that we live in? So I'm highlighting these specific definitions of these two social science and humanities concepts as they form the basis of what I'm going to share with you as well. I also want to make a small concession, yeah? Because I noticed as people spoke about what of the disciplines are involved in the association and this engagement. So unfortunately, I come from a discipline that's often referred to as the dismal science. So I want to explain that my gloomy perspective, yeah, and I want to quote then from a letter written by Antonio Gramsci to his brother in 1929, while imprisoned by the fascist regime of Mussolini. So these are the words of Gramsci. A man ought to be so deeply convinced that the source of his own moral force is in himself, that he never despairs and never falls into those vulgar, banal moods, pessimism and optimism. My own state of mind synthesizes these two feelings and transcends them. My mind is pessimistic, but my will is optimistic. Since I never build up illusions, I'm seldom disappointed. I've always been armed with unlimited patience, not a passive, inert kind, but a patience allied with perseverance. I hope this also speaks to our intergenerational gap and the urgency for change within it. So I'm citing Gramsci to remind us also of how history repeats itself, first as a tragedy and then as a farce. As the praxis of the current Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni, imitates more and more the fascist policies of Benito Mussolini. This is happening now. Just by way, and bringing a bit of family into the issue, Rachel Mussolini, who's the actual granddaughter of Benito, and an elected city councillor in Rome, resigned from Meloni's Brothers of Italy party because, according to her, it was too right-wing. And these are amongst the people that we will be joining in the G20. From these remarks, I'd like to focus then on the contemporary conjuncture and the polycrises entangling our world systems. I'll outline these across four vectors: ecology, economy, politics, and society. And I'm going to be quite brief, but dealing mainly at empirical facts, and utilize these to outline some of the emergent challenges and our potential prospects for advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability in the context of the government of South Africa presiding over the group of 20 countries. The most recent iteration of the World Scientists' Warning to Humanity is subtitled Perilous Times on Planet Earth. Yeah. In its original form, this report was endorsed by over 1,700 scientists. That was in 1992. Again, as Prof. Maseramula has told us, it's not that science has not brought forward critical warnings about where we are. In its current incarnation, the report now has the support from over 15,682 scientists, located in 165 countries. This massive increase in endorsement reflects the growing scientific consensus and the increasing participation of scholars studying the ecology. The current warning states we are on the brink of an irreversible climate disaster. This is a global emergency beyond any doubt. Much of the very fabric of life on Earth is imperiled. We are stepping into critical and unpredictable new phase of the climate crisis. This finding is endorsed. Well, before I moved on to that, colleagues, just looking across the audience, knowing that Tshwane University of Technology is also involved in organizing the event, can I ask, anyone has a memory of when last there was a tornado in Tshwane? This is not a normal phenomena, and this is what happened a few weeks ago. So the change is coming to us in a much stronger and quicker form. This finding is endorsed by the World Meteorological Organization, the big weather bureau that brings everyone together, who confirm that the science is clear. We are far off track from achieving vital climate goals. The impact of climate change and hazardous weather are reversing developmental gains and threatening the well-being of people and the planet. Greenhouse gases and global temperatures are at record levels, and the emissions gap between aspiration and reality remains high. Colleagues, we need to remember this when we have these gatherings of what, Sipamandla? Over 15,000 people gather and call themselves a conference of the party, but leave without an agreement. Our current global economy can be characterized as late-stage capitalism, which has largely operated on various mixed models driven by an accumulation trajectory, established, this is our current conjuncture, as a response to the profitability crisis of the 1960s and 1970s. This regime of accumulation has been labeled as neoliberalism, and as most attempts to save capitalism, is now entering a global stage of decay, in which inequalities between countries and even within countries are reaching unprecedented levels. So I'm very grateful to the colleagues. If you'll keep an eye on the data, it's not going to change, so you have a lot of time to look at it. Because after you look at that, we need to look at ourselves. It's not just the map that's important. Look at the ranking of the world's most unequal countries empirically. We should not be at the top of that list. And we are. And we infect our neighborhood. Look at that concentration in Southern Africa. This speaks to our origins as well, and how racial capitalism, not racist, racial capitalism established itself, upon which apartheid was premised. According to the World Bank, in 2024, an estimated 44% of the global population, that's nearly 3.5 billion people, live on less than $6.85 per day, which is the poverty line for upper middle income countries. South Africa is an upper middle income country at present. This does not necessarily mean it will continue as such. 8.5% of the global population, almost 700 million people, live on less than $2.15 per day. That's the extreme poverty line for low-income countries. The maintenance of this core periphery relations in world systems has been challenged by the rise of semi-peripheral countries, such as the 5 BRICS member states, whose combined share of global GDP in terms of purchasing power parity increased and surpassed the share that had hitherto been dominated by the 7 major industrial countries. Colleagues, those 7 major industrial countries is what's known as the G7. The G7 is the permanent form under which the G20 is premised. An important point to bear in mind as well. G7 is Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. This challenge to the reproduction of neocolonialism continues to elicit severe and often violent responses from those losing power, while the BRICS Plus grows and expands. As of this year, the BRICS Plus now collectively host its home to nearly 55% of the world population and contributes nearly 45% of global gross domestic product. On the political front, our institutions of global governance have not been transformed to reflect the objective realities of our contemporary conjuncture. Rather, the structures of multilateralism remain vested in the power dynamics that emerged at the end of the Second World War and the subsequent Cold War between capitalist and non-capitalist state formations. I need not remind this audience, as expressed by our colleague from the Russian Academy of Sciences, Vladimir Shubin, this clash of alternative systems resulted in significant loss of lives across our continent and across the global south. In other words, it wasn't a Cold War for us, it was very much a hot war. Besides the consequences of the militarization of the conflict, the Bretton Woods institutions such as the World Bank and International Monetary Fund have now reached geriatric status. Our current global demography does not match the distribution of power that was formulated nearly 80 years ago, 8 decades ago. That structure represented power. That structure has reproduced that power dynamic to the present. So I must say, I do find it concerning that our own review gets reviewed by the World Bank, because I wasn't party to that decision, and I don't recognize them as being our peer reviewers. Even the United Nations is caught in this misallocation of representations, as clearly visible in the Security Council, which cannot be considered a fair representation of our human population. This perception has been accentuated in the use of vetoes to stymie the United Nations, halting the genocide in West Asia and the destruction of Palestine. Social coherence and stability have been significantly impacted by these dynamics that I've mentioned. The attacks on the democratic rights achieved over a century of struggles is increasing social dissonance and escalating instability. Technological advances, while holding many promises of improving the quality of life, are also being revealed to be potentially damaging to our social fabric. In this respect, we are trespassing into a brave new world with many of the guardrails no longer available to us to redress the damages being caused. The regulation of artificial intelligence is a significant aspect of our contemporary conjuncture, yet very much like the progressive critique of technological determinism, is again presenting results merely of combined and uneven development. If we are not in the game, you know what role we play on that table. Whilst past potentials may have been sacrificed to the maintenance of our inequitous world systems and its corruptions, our continental future cannot continue to be sacrificed. I'm coming to the concluding part. To draw this analysis towards conclusion regarding solidarity, equality, and sustainability, it's critically important that we build upon the progressive agenda set up for us in the previous G20 processes. And colleagues, by this I mean, those statements that emerge represent consensus views. They don't represent what we wanted. They represent what we managed to negotiate. And therefore, we cannot constrain ourselves to the limitations imposed by those compromises itself. Very much like our own transition, yeah? And then ask the question, why are they merely reforms and not transformations? This forces us to also confront the realities of our circumstances, and the absolute imperative of transformation. You guys would recall we received a message about a fire alarm. Not? Okay. So I want to raise also another contribution which I picked up in our discussions. And here I want to just quote from a new book by Charles Rates. I'm really encouraged that we pick up on it. And here's an argument for us, including studies of the ecology and radical political economy as critical forms of systems analysis that show that an alternative system is essential, both possible and feasible, despite political forces against it. Our rights to a commonwealth economy, I hadn't seen your title before, politics and culture reside in our common works as we express ourselves as artisans of the common good. With our total population exceeding 8.2 billion, it's crucial that we extend our solidarity to all seeking a better life. Our efforts to halt the genocide in West Asia and our expressed solidarity must also be carried through in our engagements with the other 20 members of the G20. I'm sure all of you did the calculation. We have 21 members of what we call the G20. And we must remain wary, because these are also realities, of the withdrawal of the most mature and advanced capitalist country in world systems, the United States of America, from these engagements. This should serve to emphasize the importance of our Pan-African integration and our alignment with defending our sovereignty. The global campaigns of solidarity of the international anti-apartheid movement provided us with significant lessons that the world needs today. Our quest for equality must be informed by our objective realities. We should therefore be reminded that, as calculated by colleagues studying at London School of Economics, Jason Hickel and colleagues, the global north extracted raw material equivalents, land, energy, and labor worth approximately $10.8 trillion in 2015. Yeah. Colleagues, that would have ended extreme poverty 70 times over. Between 1990 until 2015, the cumulative drain from the global south was approximately $242 trillion US. So we have to ask, who owes who today? And this also should maybe feature in our engagements in the G20. The question of reparations becomes critical. Redressing unequal exchange also should ensure we emphasize domestic and national developments as a critical aspect of sovereignty. Sustainability in the context of rapid climate change now forces upon us accelerated efforts at ensuring adaptation and resilience. Our wealth of biodiversity requires us to ensure that we halt the sixth mass extinction currently in progress and remedy our relationship with nature itself. The metabolic rift between the demands of our current mode of production and us ensuring that we do not leave the next generation more prone to the inevitabilities of ecological precarity must also receive much more serious attention. Just transitions from environmentally damaging practices towards sustainability cannot continue to be donor or debt-driven, but should rather form part of our national developmental outlook. It must be us saving ourselves, not expecting others that continue to exploit us coming to pay for that. We have much to gain from learning from those that have succeeded in improving the lives, the quality of lives of all of their citizens. Yeah. Those are the models that should feature more strongly in our classrooms as well. Not the ones who continue to occupy an inordinate position in world systems that continue to maintain neo-colonial unequal relations. This may also imply that we reduce the hubris and emphasize our humility in utilizing the G20 platform to defend our collective advances, expand our economy, and enable development for all. Colleagues, stability will not be possible if we fail to deliver a better life for all on a global scale and even inside our own national borders. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, a quick reminder again, session 1 and 2 combined, it's gonna be here. Session 3, sustainability, is the one that is going to take place outside this venue. Like I always say, you can't come to a festival of ideas and not get to be asked questions. The beauty of scholarship is the liberty to respectfully question authority. With these words, I'm opening up question and answer sessions. Assist me with the roving mics, please. By the show of hands, colleagues, let's interrogate the presentations. So Doc, you are going to be the first one, Prof, the second, the third, then, okay. Can I see those hands again? Can I see those hands again? So Doc, we are the first one, Prof the second, the gentleman, we are the third, then you. Then I'm coming, Prof. All the hands are noted. Prof Matebula, you want to make a comment? I'm gonna take you on the second round of questions. Wonderful. Let's start with Doc. Prof Matebula is going to be in the second round of questions. Over to you, Doc. Short, precise, and straight to the point.
Thank you so much. My question is directed to Dr. Maho, but they can answer both of them at the end of the day.
Okay.
Doctor, you said South Africa is a crime scene. That's number one. Number two, you said BE is a continuation of white domination in South Africa. My question is how? And again, I will ask, who is running the country, South Africa, vis-a-vis the structural adjustment? And lastly, I would say, are we crying to our abusers? And currently, why are we not boycotting Shell, given the relationship that we have with America? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Give Prof Rakubu the mic.
Thanks, Chair. My question, I think he took my question. I was interested in Dr. Makgoba's statement, South Africa is still a crime scene. South Africa is still a crime scene. Dr. Makgoba, we've discussed too many crime response policies. Wherein at some point you had an opportunity to advise. There was never an advice from you with regard to South Africa being a crime scene. So I will need clarity with regard to that. How of a crime scene, where? Because you've had an opportunity. You're jealous. You've had an opportunity to advise at multiple platforms, government and so forth, but that statement I've never had. So we need clarity from you with regard to that. Thank you.
All right. The gentleman, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Program Director. Mine is dedicated to the both speakers, and it's just a thought-provoking question to say, if one changes the position, can we say that the person is lying or the idea has evolved? If I took a stand 5 years ago and I'm knowledgeable currently, and then I change a position, do I need to put a disclaimer that the previous ideas that I used to aspire to, I have taken a different view, so that when you approach me in future, you don't so call me a flip-flopper or a liar? Because I think the word liar was used very loosely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I don't wish to be Meiji right now. The gentleman, you are the last one. Then I'm going to give them an opportunity to respond. And then, say again, Matebula. No, I'm gonna open a second round of questions. It's you, Prof. Spamandla, and yeah.
Thank you very much. Mine is very based on the theme of SAPAM for this year's conference that talks about building state capacity. The reason I'm talking about this theme is because it's going to lead to the doc presentation when we were talking about the BEE. So what I want to ask is that the BEE is, the policy is very good, honestly speaking. The BEE policy is very good, but the challenge that we have as BEE in small communities is two things, if not three. The first one, our people in society, they lack support in terms of monitoring, evaluation. Secondly, talent and training. Lastly, they also lack mentorship. That's a challenge that I've noticed in terms of the small businesses that we have in the society. So I want to ask you, Doc, how can the topic or the theme of SAPAM for this year intertwined with the challenges of the BEE in communities? And how can we line them with public participation so that our people in the society, they can be assisted by SAPAM, whereby SAPAM can go to communities. It's very good that we are in this hall, but we have people that cannot even come here because of lack of resources, lack of academic background, but they have ideas that they can be written by SAPAM scholars so that those ideas, they can assist us come 2030. So I believe that SAPAM can start doing public participation, going to communities, looking at the theme of this year. But it's a community.
All right. No, thank you so much.
Secondly, goes to Prof. Prof, you're talking about advancing globally. But we have a challenge whereby when you ask questions that we want to advance, but how can we advance globally, economically globally, where we are told that we are from popular left and far left? So what is the difference between popular left and far left? Because I don't understand what is popular left and far left. So can you please assist me there? Thank you very much.
All right. My brother, I don't wish to be you. Really. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful questions. I'm going to start with the one about South Africa being a crime scene. And this is a political statement. The compromises in 1994 was actually the defeat of black people, and which meant that we have a continuation of apartheid capitalism. And that apartheid capitalism has been covered by the discourse of democracy, as if inequality and democracy cannot exist. And South Africa has been a basic example in which we are glorified to have a best constitution in the world, but the material conditions of people in society tells you that that constitution is best for something else, not best for building communities. And I think that's the issue of being a crime scene, is because the same oppressors that were oppressing black people, maybe brutally under colonialism and apartheid, are still running the economy. And that joins to the question of who is running the economy. So I'm going to approach it this way. So in political theory, we look at the intersection of democracy and neoliberalism, and we argue that that relationship is not working. And as a result, the political elite and the ruling elite will sort of failed to implement democracy under that system, which we classify as a social corruption. Corruption that is not necessarily linked to legal deviance, as if someone will steal government money and you're able to trace the papers that so-and-so took money, then you charge them with corruption. Here we have a different sort of corruption in which democracy is supposed to bring issues of equality, dignity, and justice, but capitalism on the other side does not allow that. That's why we have seen political institutions being used to create a cycle of inequality in which the same group of racial groups remain poor and the others remain rich, but on paper we're all equal. And we also have to problematize the issue of rights, that when we say we're equal before the law, we are thinking about rights as something that you can carry in your pocket, that you can produce anytime. But rights are social and political relations. They are underpinned by the political economy itself. So it's important that when you look at issues of rights, freedom, and so on, they are within the conditions of that political economic system. Because if you say, I have the right to freedom of expression, but the political system does not necessarily allow that freedom of expression, the chances are they would have issues with the implementation of those rights. So the other question was on, why are we not boycotting Shell? I think the biggest issue here is that South Africa has not prioritized building state capacity. So if you check, many government institutions depend on outsourcing of resources. When you check, the political institutions themselves are run by a private sector, which means that the state is actually a fulcrum of full-blown neoliberalism, in which policies themselves come from the private sector given to government. But this is not something that they can openly say, but that's the reality. That I've also argued quite sarcastically that maybe even these government departments don't own even a printer. Because if a printer is damaged, then they need to go call the private company to come and do the things. So we're only owning buildings. So what is the ideological and cultural framework that is facilitating the operations of the buildings? It comes from, through the Washington Consensus, it comes from the US. It's neoliberalism. So those are the main challenges that we're experiencing, that there is no state capacity because the government has outsourced political responsibility to the private sector, and the private sector is the one that is doing a lot of work for the state. The other question was on changing positions. Yeah, you can change position because you have been exposed to new information. But when it comes into Thabo Mbeki, this is a specific issue. Mbeki falls under the category of being what we call a conscious sellout. Someone who can know the truth but still tell you the opposite. And it's quite sad because comrades in the ANC are scared of him because he's been glorified as this intellectual. Whenever he says stuff in the media, no matter nonsensical how they are, no one is going to stand up and question him. And I think it's quite sad because this is somebody that must be challenged, but he's been given a free will in South Africa which his ways are just law. And you have seen with the question of the land, he has said if we expropriate the land without compensation, these are going to be the challenges. And he doesn't understand that there is inequality in South Africa and land is key within addressing issues of justice. So Mbeki falls under the category of people that are suffering from bad faith. So they know the truth, but they can still consciously speak the opposite. And it's a character that he has. And unfortunately, I've developed the habit of speaking quite freely about the man because I know within the ANC, there's been serious intellectual deficiencies within the ANC, and no one is ready to stand up against Thabo Mbeki. And in academia, we must stand up. I think, unfortunately, Patrick Bond tried to take Mbeki on, But generally in South Africa, he's just been given free will. And people are scared to question him because he's this philosopher and he's this economist. And I think we must shy away from those attitudes and challenge him on the stuff that he says, because he's causing a lot of confusions. One example is that one year, de Klerk comes and say, apartheid was not crime against humanity. Mbeki takes a platform and said de Klerk didn't say that. Are we stupid? We had de Klerk speak on a public platform saying, then Mbeki is trying to interpret what de Klerk was trying to say. Then it becomes a problem that this is the person that we must pay attention to, and when given an opportunity, we must respond. We must respond because he's continuously creating confusions in the public discourse. So the issue here, BEE and the lack of training, community participation and so on, and I think that goes back to the issue of state capacity. BEE could, as a tokenistic policy, could function if the state was capacitated. And I can give an example with the mining charter. For a mine company to gain a license, they must do community participation. But the government is not involved in the process, which means that corporations can actually do as they wish and end up getting the license. And I think that's where the situation is, that the concept of the state formation in South Africa itself is flawed. It's not centered on empowering the most vulnerable people in society. You have to belong to a certain class in order to hold the state accountable. And most of these things are happening in rural communities, where you find that community participation is a key, important element of policy formulation or decision making. But the people that are in that community are not represented by the state, and then it becomes a big serious issue, in which this is where you see what I call full-blown neoliberalism, in which multinational corporations are allowed to do as they wish. And once the state can just simply take political responsibility and protect the most vulnerable people in society, majority of our problems will be resolved. And I think that's where the key issue is.
So thanks very much for the engaging questions as well. Yeah, I want to respond to maybe just 3 of them as they've been raised in that way. And hopefully one covers quite a lot of the issues that have been raised. You know, I think it's also beholden upon us because of the space we occupy in society. And here I'm presenting my own perspectives, which draw on a materialist interpretation. This is what you would call the left and the view of it as such. We exist in public institutions because of the surplus that's extracted and redistributed through us, because we produce public goods and services. Yeah? In that, there's a level of discipline that's also incumbent upon us. Part and parcel of that discipline is us engaging with the ideas themselves as they arise and being able to locate the origins of those ideas. Within that, I would not be pointing to myself, Rasigan, as the carrier of the idea. I would see what I am representing in putting that view forward and give it its position in class society, which is what defines capitalism. So towards that end, if we have a person who occupies a particular role in the state, we must look at what informs the decision-making. Yeah? Towards that end, it's not the individual that I'm speaking to. It's not an ad hominem attack. What I am raising is a critical dissonance with what's being said from where it's coming from. And it's very important that we understand that in its full context. It's a hard discipline, but it's something that we need to engage with. That's what will help us move forward. So the simple definition, split between, I don't know what's popular left and far left, but I do know what's center left, sometimes described as the popular left, and what's known as the left. The center-left believes through bringing reforms under capitalism, you can create a social democracy that moderates capitalist excesses. That's how you create welfare systems, that's how you create grants, without changing the system that generates the poverty that requires the grants. That's the center left, popular left. It usually wins lots of elections, even locally. Yeah? Then you have the left, which is anti-capitalist by definition. So this may exclude some people that carry it as their title, because their argument is to advance the socialization of the means of production. That's a definition of socialism. And you start building socialism within the decaying capitalist infrastructures. It's not you wait for capitalism suddenly to disappear and suddenly we're going to create a new state. What we will be left with the day after such a revolution is the same edifices that currently confront us. The question is whether we democratize those institutions or merely replace us, even if it's just racialized, to occupy the same seats in the same system itself. Because that's what I'm also hearing in the attack on BEE that comes across. Remember, this is black economic empowerment inside capitalism. This is not black economic empowerment for the liberation of us all. That's not the same thing. Yeah? So in this, colleagues, we must be encouraged. All ideas evolve over time. And we acknowledge this because we stand on the shoulders of those that generated the ideas before us. Towards this end, and as we've heard as well, the notion about building state capacity is under serious threat. So no matter, Professor Maseromula, that it's written in a document saying we must do it, what we are seeing is actively its disablement. The hollowed out state is the product of neoliberalism. What is being explained as a negative condition cannot be remedied by further reforms. We've already heard this. The hollowed out state is what will ultimately give us fascism. That's where the most advanced mature capitalist economy in the world, together with its 6 other partners, are heading towards. The destruction of all public goods. Every relationship that you forge must be moderated by a market player who owns capital. You must remember, Elon Musk is not doing anything to repatriate anything to South Africa. Yeah? This is not a progressive move on their part. But the way in which they frame their future is if you want to live, whether you want a drop of water or to breathe air, you need to purchase it from a service provider. And it's those transactions which get regulated through this neoliberalized, hollowed out state. So colleagues, these are the things that confront us, and I really encourage, these are realities unfolding in front of us. And that's why it's so critically important that we don't lose the platform in this meeting of 21 member states of the G20 to raise this sharply in terms of what we are seeing taking place. Not merely tinkering. We need radical reforms that correct the imbalances that are currently at play, that are a result of the balance of class forces. The ability of people to maybe not tell the truth is something we need to confront as well. And we confront that by telling the truth, not necessarily attacking the person. Yeah? And by us counterposing our version, because we cannot be arrogant to think that my truth is better than your truth. What we can see is this is an expression, this is where I'm coming from, and this is what I analyze, and therefore, this is what I suggest. And if we all have that level of humility, we can actually get progressive change, because we'll be talking to each other, not at each other. Thank you very much, colleagues.
The last round of questions, Professor Zondi, Professor Matebula, the lady, yourself, my good sir, and the gentleman at the back. We are the last one. Then Raitswal. I'm advised that all presenters are here now, so there is no need to combine the sessions. We are going to go back to the original arrangement as per the program, because we are all here now. Can I have the roving mics? Prof. Zondi is the first one.
I'm capable of shouting.
But I think for the purposes of the recording, yeah.
Thank you very much. You are dressed very smart. You must teach us how to. Academics don't know how to. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Colleagues, just a quick question. Makey, the point you are making about black economic empowerment and all its weaknesses and its inadequacies is a very important one. It's a correct one. But we have to consider the circumstances under which it happens, and then consider what then could be done now. Now, I am thinking, because this is about our contribution to the G20. Now, does foregrounding in the text of the G20 now, which is the battle coming from the global south, the idea of inclusive, fair, just, redistributive economic growth and development, does it go some way towards ameliorating some of the weaknesses of the older ideas to which black economic empowerment is? Rasigan, thank you very much. I mean, I like the idea of bringing back reparation, because it's an important question. The mechanism of it can be worked out. But I just am curious, how do we negotiate reparation with those that we depend on? What are the limitations of negotiating it? I will know it as demanded and forced by force, you get it. But how do you negotiate it under the current circumstances within the configuration of the G20? And therefore, I'm actually asking both of you, what practically can be done in the course of the first G20 to take place in Africa? It won't be here for another 20 years. What can be achieved now, which is a small step, not very ideal, not complete, but can still be insisted upon now and be negotiated and adopted now? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Professor. There's Professor Mateo.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to start by saying the theme of the G20 seminar is advancing solidarity, equality, sustainability in addressing economic growth, development and stability. And just to flow from what Pamandla said, out of that theme, there's an expectation that we need to make a contribution into the G20 processes and say, what are the thinkers of this country saying beyond problematizing their country? I think that is important, so that we don't problematize ourselves when we have an opportunity to say something. There is a dangerous misconception of what the National Development Plan is saying about capable state, because a capable state comes from the concept of capability, which is a concept that relates to competence, which competence is about skills, knowledge, and attributes that the state must have to actually dispense of its policies. And when we deal with this thing, we need to be sure that we are moving from the same definition that we are criticizing. Thirdly, when we talk about a democracy is the arrangements that a society agrees to govern itself. And in 1994, we agreed to govern ourselves with this constitution, notwithstanding its limitations, but we agreed. It's a political accord. It's what obtains in a country. And in that constitution, there's an equality clause. in the human rights of that constitution, which is clear about the stand of this country about equality. But there's a clause also that obligates the state to respect, promote, protect, and fulfill the Bill of Rights. The fact that the state has not been able to do that does not make what the Constitution demands of it wrong. So we need to delineate between what we have put as objectives and the limitations of us being able to execute that. And that is why the renewal of the state and trying to come up with professionalization, getting people to understand what needs to be done. So the context of us being in the G8 is a function of the context we find ourselves in the world. And that context, if we don't have a context to go there, we should not problematize ourselves. So maybe we should say, and I want to ask the two gentlemen, what would be the context that we would profile into the G20 spaces? Because we cannot continue to see ourselves through the window. We probably need to stand on the mirror and look at ourselves and say, but what are we contributing into these things? And the issue of Thabo Mbeki lying and whatever, it's a freedom of expression that we all have. Whatever he said, he had a platform to do that, as much as you have a platform to do now. So we all have a right to say what we want to say, but we don't have a right to disparage each other about what we said. We need to argue facts without labeling each other. That's a decorum of academic discourse. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, the lady over there.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, I am Chrismon Olwachen. I am an intern. Oh, I'm not an intern anymore. I'm a research fellow at the South African Institute of International Affairs, and also soon to be finishing off my master's. So my question is for Prof. Makhoba and for Prof. Maharaj. Prof. Maharaj has sort of started to address it, but yes. I don't necessarily know if it's a question as much as it is a statement, but I do feel that when we speak about the capitalist argument, we leave out a lot of nuance. And it also links back to a question that was asked earlier by one of the colleagues from the Department of Health. A formalized youth chair would bring funding, and young people can be passionate, but we cannot work for free. Civil society loses masses of young individuals because they are expected to live on an intern salary as a highly qualified individual. A professor of mine, Vishwas Sadkar, has said many times that a successful movement must be able to feed, clothe, and house itself. When we disparage capitalism, which I'm not opposed to, why is it that we rarely discuss sustainable alternatives to it? I believe it leaves many young people with a highly pessimistic view of the future. Thank you.
Okay. Please take the mic.
Good morning and thank you. My question is around the BE discourse. And first of all, I'd like to acknowledge that that's a very interesting critique of BE from an Azanian lens. It's the first time I hear about that, and it's quite exciting and stimulating scholarly. We all know that there's been fierce debate, critique around BE, and in most of those critiques, debates, I have not heard of an alternative to BE in most instances by most people. But my question then is two questions. What do you think should have been or should be an alternative to BE in order to realize a prosperous South Africa of shared prosperity? Secondly, there's been a critique of capitalism, which most of us are aware of and have been doing that. But in most successful countries, a political system and an economic system does not necessarily determine the success and performance of that country. I'll give an example. When you look at countries that, for example, have adopted socialism as their economic and political system, some of them have failed. And then you look at other countries such as China that have adopted capitalism and mixed it with what socialism, Chinese socialism, which they say is socialism with Chinese characteristics, has led to the prosperity of China. They're a socialist country, but they employ market economy in order to uplift their people. So are you saying, or do you think that an economic system and a political system can determine the success and performance of a country? My answer to that is that the answer to successful states lies in state capacity and not necessarily its economic system nor its political system. Hence your Venezuelas and others that have adopted the socialist system, and others such as Singapore and China that have adopted the economic capitalist system but are flourishing and have equitable development throughout society. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, please remind me those hands again. Yeah, the two gentlemen and yourself.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm coming from being the bureaucrat that we are crying about today. So, I mean, we've been given the floor to engage now with the G20. And I mean, being here, I'm assuming that we are taking this, that here's an opportunity. How do we disengage and engage, or using the lens that was spoken about today, that we disengage, destroying the table that is there and creating a new table where we are actually dictating what needs to happen. So how do you do that when you know, I mean, it's like a paradox. The people we are negotiating with are the people who also own the purse and are able to also dictate. So from scholars who are here, how then do you engage in a very much more meaningful way when actually you are a minority in terms of economy, but yet you are expected to be able to be influential because maybe you have the moral authority to be able to be influential. So which instruments can we use? How do we engage in a meaningful way? And how do we ensure, considering that next year it goes back to the global north, and so the agenda, how do you ensure that that agenda still continues, that favors the solidarity that we would like to see and the changes that we would like to see? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. My brother, short and straight to the point.
Yes, no, thank you, Doc. This gentleman actually took my question. It was for Dr. Makgoba. I tried to listen very closely to his presentation, and I guess it's also around the inquiry of the alternative because he made it very clear he's not very fond of the BEE and its pioneers. And I think just what alternative does he imagine for BEE?
Okay, colleagues, I'm getting an instruction from John. We need to end the session.
Yeah, but just before you end the session, I just want to make sure that the secretary is actually recording everything which has been said, because what we want ultimately is to have a high-level strategic document based on whatever that has been said, but in a very distilled way, because you guys, you know how the G20 processes work. If we can at least have even 2% SPA or 5% of what was said, ultimately finding its expression in the statement of commitments by the heads of states, that will be a great achievement, because there are so many conversations that are taking place. It's not only us who are talking, there are so many tracks, So we need to ultimately, I'm saying what I'm saying just to underscore the point that, let's say whatever, I enjoyed the conversation, but at the end of the day, we must secure an opportunity to make whatever little impact that we can make.
within the G20 processes. So, Secretariat, please make sure that you are so sharp in terms of making sure that you take everything which has been said. And I see very sharp professors here. I'm going to convene them. We need to come with that high-level, cogent, well-structured, distilled document that could actually be communicated to. And by the way, remember also we still have SAPAM processes later, wherein some of the things could actually be refined. So let's just keep that in mind. And yeah, we need to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Please respond quickly, my brother. Quickly.
It's going to be difficult to be quick. The questions are many.
Let's try.
Okay.
Again, I don't wish to be you.
That's okay. I think the first question came from Prof with regard to issues of BEE and equality and its relationship with the conversation in the G20. I think the fundamental point of my presentation is that if the political economic system is racial capitalist, anything that goes into that system is going to take the logic of capitalism. And I think that's where BEE is. BEE is just an expansion of capitalism. So if we want to talk about equality in the context of South Africa, it shouldn't be something that is done part-time in a short-term way. It used to be the radical approach of the state, that this is what we are going to do, not as building the structure, and within that structure we assume that we are going to integrate people, because if you read Biko's work, he has been very prophetic and clear that the integration they talk about is artificial. You can't take people who are diametrically different and put them together and hope that you're going to have an integration. And that's where the conversation is. So the cry, I think, within the Azanian political thought, I just want to open my slide here a little bit because okay, it's fine. So the cry is about political sovereignty and intellectual sovereignty. And I think South Africa is not yet at that level, that if, as South Africa, if you want to use GNU to set an African agenda, firstly, there has to be a strong unity within the continent. And secondly, there has to be issues of self-reliance, because South Africa is actually a rich country, but how the country has been managed and resources have been managed is a big issue. These countries come to us as if they are going to come to help. That's why I talked about gift economics. They are coming to help. They are not coming to help. We are the ones that are helping them because we have resources. And I think once that idea of self-reliance is integrated within the state formation, that's where some of our problems are going to be resolved. Secondly, there was a question of the Bill of Rights. And I think if you read literature on abolitionism, the abolitionists actually critique the Constitution itself, not whether the state has failed to implement. There are fundamental issues with the Constitution itself and how it has been framed. And that ties to the question that was asked, is it possible does the success of the country depend on the political economic system? The answer is yes, and that ties to how rights are enjoyed. This is the answer. The framework of building the state depend on the idea or the ideology. So if you are running a radical left or a Pan-Africanist state, the fundamental is that it's going to be anti-capitalist. And by virtue of it being anti-capitalist, that process of being anti-capitalist will inform the process of state capacity. And if you miss the two things, that's where you're going to have serious issues, because you can't run full neoliberalism and hope that the state is going to be the mechanism for driving equality in society, whereas you are capitalist in foundation. So in a nutshell, just to sum up all the questions, the fundamental issue with us here is that G20 presents an opportunity for South Africa to set an African agenda. And we need to work together as African states so that we are coordinated in our effort to deal with global imperialism, because the fragmentation of the continent has actually allowed the West to continue the exploitation of the African continent. And once, as Africa or as South Africa and other countries, we come together as nations, then that's where some of our issues are going to be resolved, because we can even do business amongst each other. And that is going to reduce majority of the problems that we face. I think the conversation on the Bill of Rights, we can take it out of this session, and then I can take it further. But I also needed to lastly respond about the idea that maybe the way I spoke about Tabambek is disparaging. I spoke about bad faith. Bad faith is an established political thought in which somebody sees this is the direction, but they speak about something else. It's not that maybe I'm supposed to speak within the liberal academic decorum of respect, and I don't think this is about issues of respect. It's about the issues of bad faith, that if you read Louis Goren's work, he has theorized the concept, and he was using it to actually to deal with white liberals in the way which they would want to pretend as if racism doesn't exist, whereas they can see the foundation of a society is based on racism.
All right, colleagues, Prof just want to respond to Spamandla, then quickly, Prof, in a sentence or two. When he's done, we're no longer coming back here. We grab our tea and we go to our breakaway session.
Sure.
Thanks, Prof.
So I think what's quite critical, as you raised it, Sipamandla, as well, it's not that we take our internal debates into the G20. But what was raised just now, it's also not just us combining African states' position. We should combine the views of the peoples of Africa together with the Global South and articulate that as where we've invited this meeting to take place. I hope that's clarified. All the other questions we have answers to as well, colleagues, but it's very important that we break out of the subordinate position, that we allow ourselves to continue to be, begging Sipamandla. We need to be much more confident. We are the world majority. Why do we continue to treat ourselves as an artificial minority? In other words, apartheid from South Africa is now global apartheid, and we are not saying anything about it.
All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, remember session 1 and 2 are no longer combined. All presenters are here, so we may proceed to our breakaway sessions. There are SAPAM guys, just when you go out of this room, they will direct us. These breakaway sessions are on my right, just when you exit the door. Where you are going to see, there's a lady, she's going to direct all of us. Let's grab tea and whatever, and let's go to our breakaway session. Thank you very much. Yeah, stand up, please wave. Session 2, equality, please go with the lady. She's going to direct you to the breakaway. Session 3, the gentleman with the, oh yeah. The lady, yeah. That lady, she's session 3, but session 1 is here. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. We are about to start our breakaway session. And this room is going to accommodate the theme solidarity. I see the presenters are here. We have Professor Nimbanira from University of Mpumalanga. We also have Professor Kanjere from University of Limpopo and Professor Zondi from University of Johannesburg. Those are going to be our presenters. As I've already alluded to, the theme is solidarity. I am not going to waste time. I am going to hand over time to Professor Ferdinand from University of Mpumalanga to kickstart the presentations. Professor, over to you. A round of applause.
Thank you very much, Professor Mukonza, and now I'm abusing your surname. Good morning, colleagues. I would like to start by saying thanks to the organizer of the conference. That's why I put the logos on the first slides, because I believe we need to acknowledge that this is an opportunity given to us. So thank you very much. Professor Maselemula said yesterday that you can't be a scholar who doesn't follow what is happening in your field. I hope I'm quoting you correctly. When you check, or if you watch the news last night, these are the news which was happening when you open internet. So I just screenshot to just show you what is happening regarding the topic I'm going to discuss with you. We saw that the old imported cars or automobile to USA has to be or have to face a tariff of 25% going forward. And obviously one would expect the other countries not to sit and cross their arms, they will retaliate. So, as the program director mentioned, my name is Ferdinand Nimbanira. I'm from University of Mpumalanga in the School of Development Studies, but my field of study is economics. I changed the title a little bit, removing the word simulating, but the topic is effect of USA tariff on bilateral trade with selected G20 countries using a graffiti model approach. Let me start by a quote from our known economist or monetary economist, Milton Friedman, on a quote which he mentioned when there was the issue of tariff, then I think in 1980s. I tried to get the date, but I couldn't. I quote, he said, the benefit of tariff are visible, obviously to union workers, because they can see it. I'm talking about domestic union workers. But the harm which a tariff does is invisible. It is spread widely. There are people that don't have jobs because of tariffs, but they don't know it. We all know that trade is the lifeblood of the global economy. It creates jobs, foster innovation, obviously, because it brings competition, lowers price for consumers, and promote peace and cooperation among nations. But the trade also requires trust, it requires rules, and mutual respect These principles are the core of multilateral trading system. So the recent tariff imposed by the United States represent a significant shift in trade policy, and understandably, they have sparked concern among affected economies. These measures have and will echo through supply chains, disrupted business planning, and created uncertainty in the global market. The targeted partners, I choose only to focus on Canada, which obviously is next door to USA. I choose China because China is the second biggest economy. And in EU or European Union, I decided only to focus on the biggest three, which is Germany, France, and Italy. And these are not only key contributors to global trade, but they are also vital partner in the rule-based international orders. When we talk about tariff, or the word tariff might sound technical, but it's something that affects all of us. From the price we pay at the store to the job we have, and even the relationship between nations. It's a tax placed on goods that are imported from another country. A tariff is a tax on imported goods that is designed to make them more expensive for consumers and thus make domestically produced goods more competitive. A tariff aims to protect local industries from foreign competition, generating revenue for the government and influence trade relations between countries. When a government imposes tariffs, it's usually trying to make foreign products more expensive so that local industries have an advantage. But there is a catch. While that may protect certain industries in the short term, it often comes at a cost, which in this case can be a higher price for consumers. Obviously, there will be less choices, and strengthen the relationship with trade partners. That is what we are seeing now with the United States and its recent tariff on products coming from Canada, China, and the EU, specifically to those countries I just mentioned, the three of them. These are not just any trade partners, as I mentioned. Together, they make up a huge part of global trade. So when the tension rises between them, it doesn't just stay between their borders. It looks like it's America and the EU, it's America and China, but it affects supply chain, the market, and economies around the globe. A tariff can disturb solidarity, as we know this session about solidarity, through trade tension, economic nationalism, and retaliation. Obviously, if you impose tariff, the country are not going to keep quiet. They will still also take the policy which make them more competitive locally. From an economic point of view, tariff can lead to what we call inefficiency. In other words, the imposition of tariff often results in what we know as a deadweight loss, a loss of economic efficiency when equilibrium from goods or services is not achieved. Tariffs tend to raise the cost of import, which can lead to higher price for consumers, which I mentioned earlier, and reduce competitiveness for domestic industry that rely on a global supply chain. It's not necessary to boost domestic competition. If you are depending on raw material from outside, the way a country is facing a tariff, it will affect your production because you still need to see the price going up. So companies that rely on imported part may face high costs, and the consumer might pay more for goods. And when other countries respond with their own tariff, which they often do, it can quickly spiral into a tit-for-tat trade dispute. It is important, therefore, to acknowledge that countries don't take this step for no reason. We need not to look on one-sided. We need to understand why, like USA is imposing these tariffs. The USA, for example, has raised a concern about issues like unfair trade practices, intellectual properties violation, and trade imbalance. And therefore, this paper has an aim to examine the effect of tariff on international trade with a specific focus on the United States imposition of tariff on its key trading partners, which I mentioned earlier. Now, if we look, for example, the trade between USA and Canada, we can see that there is a huge trade deficit when it comes to oil and gas, or when it comes to total trade balance, the yellow line, which you see on the graph. And USA have a balance, or a trade surplus when it comes to service and manufacturing, but the overall, you can see, is in a negative based on the yellow line. If we look, USA do import goods from different countries. In this case, you can see China being the most country where the most goods are being imported from. And Mexico, obviously I see Canada has a higher portion comparing to Mexico, but we can see Germany comes in from European Union. And lastly, USA trade deficit has been shifting, a decrease with China and increase with other major partners. In this case, we can see from 2000 to 2023. Unfortunately, the data for 2024 is not part of the graph. So what is happening currently? The USA, up to 2017, the USA had a good trade agreement in place, such as North America Free Trade Agreement with Canada and Mexico, and they are part of World Trade Organization agreement with China and the EU. These treaties aim to promote free trade by lowering tariffs. However, in 2017, USA administration began the practice of placing new tariff on designed foreign nations. This included the countries I mentioned, Canada, China, and the EU, which we choose only 3 countries. And the tariff were enforced using the Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. This gives the president of the USA the ability to impose tariff as long as they have a justification based around especially national security, which is one of the reasons also these tariffs are being imposed. In March 2018, the USA placed 25 tariff on steel imported and 10% tariff on aluminum imported from most nations, including Canada, China, and the EU. For a short time, Canada and Mexico were exempt, but in May 2018, they were also subjected to the tariff. Now, continuing with what is happening currently, we all know, we watch news, so I'm not going to bother you with this. But if you look, there was a termination of the treaty of for import from China, which was stopped because it seems like a previous administration, they stopped the tariff, and the current administration decided, now we can't continue to allow the good from China coming in without a tariff. The tariff on Canada was suspended for 30 days and became effective on the 4th of this March. Then on the 5th March, the USA lifted the tariff on auto import until 2nd April. We don't know what is going to happen because I'm not sure if what was said yesterday include Canada. And on 6th March, the exempt import under the United States, Mexico, and Canada agreement, percent of import from Canada. Obviously, that's what I just mentioned. I think there was a mistake there. Reducing the tariff on a good of, for example, fertilizer for agriculture. This was 10% introduced. And then in February, USA imposed a tariff of 25 on imported from European Union, and the authority to impose this tariff has not been specified. Now, let's talk about theories we use in this paper. We do have different theory on international trade. I won't bother you much, but I will briefly mention 4 or 5 of these theories. The first one is a mercantilism as on oldest international trade theory, and this is the most prevalent feature of the mercantilism theory of international trade, which at most importance for a country to have an excessive of export over import. And if you check this idea state, or their idea state that the wealth of a nation depends on the supply of national or nation's economic asset or capital, which are the gold, silver, held by government. They also added that wealth can only be increased when exports are maximized and imports are being minimized. And we may say the current tariff actually probably rely on this theory. The second theory we have is the theory of absolute advantage by Adam Smith, who is regarded as the father of economics. And in this case, Adam Smith shared the idea that a country would benefit when they specialize in exporting goods in which they have an absolute advantage in producing, and importing goods which other countries can produce cheaper. In other words, he believed each and every country had to specialize, and you import what you can't produce. In other words, he was open to international trade. The third theory is a theory of comparative advantage by by David Ricardo, and David Ricardo also argued that production of commodity at a lower opportunity cost than any other alternative commodities that could be produced will bring a comparative advantage to a country. Therefore, even countries do not have absolute advantage, even those countries which don't have specialization, they can still benefit from trade because the comparative advantage will be on their side. I need to pause properly, that picture can come out. We have another tool which we call HO model, which I'm not going to elaborate on. We have a Linda's preference similarity model, and I will emphasize on gravity model because it's the one we use in this paper as econometric estimation. In this case, this model, as much it was claimed to be from economists, is grounded from the Newton law of gravitation, assuming that the size positively impact trade while distance has a negative impact. Gravity model effectiveness in explaining bilateral trade flow is most advocated for. And the gravity model flexible nature allows for incorporation of additional variable, enhancing the model's explanatory power and relevance. In terms of literature review, I only have one slide, you will forgive me, though the paper has more pages on it, but I can't go through all of them on this presentation. There are people who did a similar study. For example, the study which was done in 2003 And there is another one which was done in 2014, and the last one, 2019, where they analyzed USA-China tariff and found substantial decline in the trade volume and increased price for USA consumer. In other words, the study showing that the more you bring tariffs, definitely the consumer will face the high price, and that is the disadvantage of imposing tariff. In terms of methodology, we do have our mathematical function. In this case, we are saying trade is a function of GDP, obviously the GDP for the country, in this case, USA, and GDP for the country USA is trading with, which is a GDP J, and we have a tariff. We assume that there will be, or there should be a retaliation, so we use both tariffs imposed by USA and the retaliation from the partner country. And obviously the distance play a role as well in terms of the influencing the level of trade and exchange rate, which is very important. The more your currency appreciate, the more you will get more people buying from you. But your currency, if it disappreciate, it will make people to buy you find it very expensive. And if it does this, if it gets stronger, obviously in terms of exporting become disadvantage on your side. And obviously the level of employment, and we do have the error term. That is the model we use. And we do have expectation or assumption or hypothesis where we're saying what would be the relationship between GDP and the trade. In this case, we expect GDP of USA to have a positive relationship. Obviously, we believe, or that's theoretically relationship to if GDP increase, the trade will also increase. And the tariff, more importantly, theoretically we are saying the relationship should be negative. And distance also, the further the country is to trade with USA, how difficult it will end up being influencing, in other words, the negative relationship. So we have all positive relationship beside tariff and distance having a negative relationship as expectations. But on exchange rate, we are saying it depends. Because if exchange rate domestically, the currency appreciate, it should also respond, or the trade may be influenced by what is happening on the other side as well. So hence we are saying it may be positive or negative. For us to have a good result, or having a result being reliable, we need to have to follow an econometric procedure where we do unit root tests, where in this case we use Philip and Peroni test, which was introduced in 1988. And the reason why we do unit root tests is because all the variable we have should be stationary to get the base result, because when they are non-stationary, your result actually are spurious, or they are wrong, if I may put it in a different language. So the formula we use for unit root or the econometric model is the one below when we talk about the change of y is equal to the mean over that Greek letter, which is a coefficient of the current y in the previous year, and obviously the error term. And then we are saying the Philip Peroni test is better than augmented Dickey-Fuller, which the augmented Dickey-Fuller is an old way, but we prefer to use the Philip Peroni test because it does simplify the non-parametric correlation. Now, the result we have on the screen showing that this is what we were looking for. If your variable is not stationary at level, you need to check on the first difference, and we can see the most of our variables are stationary at level, but employment and trade, they were stationary at first difference, and they are all statistically significant. Now, when we come to estimation technique, we use fixed effect. Now, this is becoming more boring, but I think I need to go to the result from the look of the body language. But this is another test we use to make sure that there is robustness of the result, to check the result if they are really robust. And I do believe in all studies, you have your own way of doing checking robustness. And in econometrics, when we are using gravity model, we use Poisson-Pesdo maximum likelihood, which we call PPML. And that is the equation we use. We have to run them. And maybe let me not bother you with the equations, but let's talk about the result. Our results are divided in 4. The first one is the aggregate result, to say how much does this tariff being imposed since 2017-18 up to last year, what is the really effect? And then we will have disaggregate country level result, which in this case we are looking at how each and every country the tariff imposed previously affected this country from a trade or on trade between the country and USA. And the main part is the focus. We look at how much this tariff we are seeing going to affect trade in the next 3 quarters. So the main result we have here is the coefficient, of which is tariff rate, which is 0.042, implying that a 1% increase in tariff will lead to a 4.2% decrease in the trade. The other thing remain the same, or ceteris paribus. This aligns with the hypothesis that tariff will hinder trade volume by increasing the cost of import and export. In other words, the tariff imposed using the current data is showing that the overall this country will use, the trade will be reduced by 4.2%, which we all know when the trade is reduced, it may not really be good, because as I will show during conclusion. The disaggregated country level result, in this case we have the coefficients of Canada. Canada, we can see, has negative 0.5, negative 0.051. And in this case, we are saying if 1% increase in tariff will lead to the trade between USA and Canada to decrease by 5.1%. And the most affected, based on the data, is China, which will have a decrease in trade by 6.4%. You can see all of them are decreasing, but if you look, France and Italy, they are not really facing the same, the same with Canada and China, which we saw on the graph that China and Canada, they are biggest trading partners. So obviously, any tariff will affect them more comparing to those who are not trading in same volume. In other words, the European countries showed more moderate responses, potentially due to a diversified trade route and the reallocation strategies. This result suggests that the elasticity of trade to tariff varies by country, influenced by factors such as dependence on USA market, industry exposure, and the trade agreement. That is only interpretation we could give to this result. Now, when it comes to forecasting the effect of 2025 tariff on bilateral trade, we see, first of all, we calculated this overall tariff increase on average based on the elasticity we got of 0.042, and we assume that they should have this, the the overall tariff increase on average. It's not just a number we got just randomly. So the result showing that in third quarter, China will have actually a decrease in trade between China and the USA by negative 2.8%, and in the fourth quarter will be negative 3.5%. And overall, toward the end of the year, the trade we assume, or we estimate to have a decrease of 3.9%. And we can see Canada again is one which will be more affected by this introduction of new tariff. But overall, if we check down on the bottom, we have the trade between USA and these 5 countries will decrease by 5.1% by end of 2025. I think I mentioned the robustness check, which we use the PPML test, which the instrument variable technique confirmed that our findings are really reliable. Additionally, the placebo test using country not subject to USA tariff showed no significant trade decline, supporting the causal interpretation. So let me conclude by saying this study examined the impact of tariff on international trade with a specific focus on the United States, a tariff on key trading partners, in this case, the 5 countries I mentioned. And the result revealed a significant negative effect where the tariff reduces trade by 4.2%. And this decline highlights the tangible consequence of protectionist trade policies, suggesting that such measures while potentially beneficial for certain and potentially strain international economic relationships. Findings underscore the importance of carefully evaluating tariff policies within the broader context of global trade dynamic and economic interdependence. I want to cite what was said by Craig Deco, who was chief economist of EY, where he said, steep tariff increases against USA trading partners could create a stagflationary shock, which is a negative economic hit combined with inflationary impulse, while also triggering financial market volatility. In other words, this is not between USA and only those countries which are facing the tariffs. It may end up actually affecting all countries. So today, I want to leave you with the message saying that the global economy is interconnected. We are part of G20, and what affects one region or a country often will end up affecting us all. That's why it's more important than ever to approach trade not as battlefield, but a common ground where problems can be solved through dialogue and respect. And I would say this country should work toward a future where they don't just trade goods, rather they trade ideas, they build partnership, and we grow together. We shouldn't be putting tariff on anything that's hurt working men and women in USA. What we should be doing is making our manufacturing more competitive, said Rick Santorum. In other words, we should open for market economy, allow your local companies to be more competitive rather than imposing a tax. The reason being is because no one wins the war, the trade war. The trade, after all, is about more just good and service. It's more than just good and services. It's about trust. It's about building a bridge between economies, sharing knowledge, and creating opportunities. Over the past few decades, international trade has helped lift more than 1 billion people out of poverty. If we check the jobs which are created. I remain with one slide. That's the progress is something we should protect, not to put at risk. And I would like to once again thank you for your the opportunity and your attention. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Professor Nimba Nira. I think I got it right this time around. When I look at the title of your presentation, and as I was doing my research, I realized it in terms of the theme that we have in this session. It falls under economic solidarity. And under economic solidarity, would have aspects such as the tariffs, trade, investment, and so forth. And you gave us a good presentation, highly technical, but I think in essence, you shared with us how tariffs have an effect on trade relations amongst countries, and you chose U.S. trade relations with countries like Canada, China, and Germany. So the approach that we are going to use is that we've heard the presentation. Please keep your questions. And we have the other two presentations from Prof. Kanjere and Prof. Zondi, and we have a question and answer at the end of this session. So with that, I'm going to ask Prof. Kanjere to come and share with us her presentation. Please continue to take notes, continue to jot down those notes so that we can have an engagement at the end of the presentation.
Ere ke thome ka go lotšha bapedi ba ga sekhukhune le batho go ya ka dikoma tša bona le ditulo tša bona. Thobela. Mr. Chairperson, thank you so much for affording me this opportunity to share my presentation with your audience. As indicated, I'm Maria Matsidiso Kanjere from Teflop Graduate School of Leadership, and I am here to present the topic, Reflections on Affirmative Action for Businesses in the Democratic South Africa, Lessons Learned from BEE. I've been listening with keen interest on the presentation of Dr. Major and the debate that was sparked in the House. And I waited for the alternative, but I couldn't find any. So now the big question is, since there is no alternative to BEE, are we going to throw away the policy, or are we going to derive some lessons that we might have learned from the current implementation and therefore generate a tool that can work for us as South Africans? So having said that, I want us to go through the presentation overview. I'm going to focus on the introduction, the research aims and objectives, problem statement, research methodology, the social justice theory, which is underpinning this presentation, and elaborate a bit on broad-based Black economic empowerment. Why? Because this presentation actually focuses on the implementation thereof and not on the historical background and many other stuff as earlier presented. Then we'll get into the lessons learned and conclusion and recommendations. Colleagues, what I want to say is that as South Africans, are we going to join the global move of doing away with anything to do with affirmative action? Because that is the current narratives in the global space, started by the recent ascension to the throne of US presidency by Donald Trump, and that has influenced even the Germans. So is that going to come to South Africa? Why? Because this, what is happening is that even internally, there are political parties, especially the DA, that is campaigning against affirmative actions, laws, and policies. And amongst which, triple BEE or just BEE is at the center of that. Now, this author by the name of Achibong and Adiono affirmed that affirmative action policies are under scrutiny, even though they were created to redress inequality, discrimination, and a wide range of diversity issues. So what was the aim of this investigation? Was to investigate how triple B was implemented to derive some lessons, especially in view of the 100 billion transformation fund draft document that has been recently released by the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Pakstow. So what is important, or the reflection that you should have as South African is, are we going to look for more funding without fixing the policies that are not bringing about the aspirant transformation that you are looking forward to? So the objective was just to determine the extent to which South African businesses have helped government achieve affirmative action ideals, meaning big corporates. I guess by listening to the news and watching TVs and whatever, Elon Musk was greatly protesting bringing Starlink into South Africa. He stated that they want him to give away 30% stake of his business to a black economic empowerment company or to partner with, something which he felt like it cannot be done. It's like the government is stealing from what he has worked hard for just to give on those companies. So we want to see how big conglomerates are actually cooperating with government to assist in making affirmative action work. That's what we investigated, and I guess the results will tell us that. Investigate also how triple B policies were implemented to redress the past injustices. So the problem statement is that the manner in which triple BE has been implemented has yielded minimal results and has not achieved its purpose of transforming the economy. Now the big question is it because of the way in which it was conceptualized, or is it the way in which it is currently being implemented? So most businesses, as a result, are yet to benefit from triple B and many other affirmative action policies initiated by government. The reason being there's a lot of maladministration and corruption involved. Ntuli 2017 stated that triple BE has benefited the few politically connected companies, whilst the rest of the public are waiting in expectation to experience the true benefits of triple BEE when it comes to addressing inequality. Furthermore, Pike and Puchet and Chiamundi argue that triple BEE has produced as well mixed economic outcomes that have caused economic strain and increased a number of incompetent companies, because instead of conglomerates transferring the skills, training, they do what we call fronting. I think we'll look into that when we be talking about the challenges inherent in its implementation. So the research used the qualitative approach, and part of it, which is being document analysis. And what I want to say is that limited research has been conducted in as far as the implementation of BBBEE and the lessons learned thereof. Therefore, in a systematic analysis of relevant documents as well as the website was conducted. The social justice theory, which is the underpinning framework within this research, emphasizes the elements of fairness and equitable division of resources, opportunities, and privileges in our society. It advocates for opening of doors of access and opportunities to the neediest members of society, upon which BBBEE anchors. Now, the author by the name of Shava suggests that social justice is enshrined in the constitution of the country, which seeks to improve the quality of life of the citizens. And Molkamp as well identified the following principles of social justice, namely access, equity, diversity, participation, and human rights. So what is BBBEE? It's not like I'm taking the audience for granted, but I just want to take you into confidence so that when we interrogate issues of implementation, then we understand where it is coming from. This is just one of many affirmative laws and policies which were introduced by the government, even though they say it's actually emanated from the corporate and it was given to government. So I didn't research on that aspect, as my colleague Major has indicated. But then it was introduced to us by government in 2003 through the Act of Parliament and as amended in 2013. Now, despite the Act being implemented for the past 20 years, there are numerous sectors that are still white dominant. And one could just mention but a few. In the area of aviation, how many blacks are actually operating in that space? You look at the ocean economy. I think this is what the minister mentioned yesterday night during the gala dinner, to say there are initiatives to tap into the ocean economy so that black businesses could actually participate in that space. And transportation is huge. When you look at areas of logistics, the finance and agriculture, we know that politically there was a move that commercial farmers in South Africa want to relocate. If they relocate, are we going to face food security issues, or do we have sufficient African farmers that can compete in that space? Now, BBBEE actually promote the achievement of the constitutional rights to equality, increase broad-based and effective participation of black people into the mainstream economy, and promote a higher growth rate, increase employment, and more equitable income distribution. It promotes economic unity, and it is anchored on ownership, which is direct empowerment, on management control, indirect empowerment, skills development, enterprise development, and socio-economic development. And what you have noted is that most companies are more comfortable to work in location areas rather than do their corporate social responsibility in the deep rural areas where socio-economic development is most needed. So B implementation was done through the scorecard, which was generated in collaboration with the larger business sector. Why? Because we cannot talk about transforming the economy without consulting with the people that controls the economy, as is the current status quo. Therefore, in collaboration with them, there was that generation of the scorecard. And its purpose was to actually grade the companies on the different levels so as to allow them to engage in business transactions with government. But what I want to highlight is that private sector is not complied, is not obliged to comply with BE, but only those companies that wants to do business with government. But state-owned entities and all the other government entities are obliged to yay, 3 minutes left to to comply. Yes, B. So one of the challenges is fronting, as earlier alluded, which is window dressing, whereby black people or black companies are portrayed as being part of the company or part of the management or shareholders, but in reality, they're not there. There is window dressing, benefit diversion, opportunistic intermediation. So all this speaks to one aspect, which is corruption. And let me state that these are some of the percentages that actually demonstrate the fact that transformation has taken place at a very slow pace. Why? Because only politically connected companies benefited immensely from this. So now, what lessons have we learned is that corruption and maladministration of resources actually delay this economic transformation. And what I want to say is that irrespective of all this negativity, BE is a noble policy and a strategy which should not be discarded, but should be closely monitored. Probably we need a lot of research on what mechanism can be brought up to improve on this tool. And black businesses should be protected by politicians to eliminate challenges such as fronting, and that South African government should deeply reflect, this is one of the recommendations, on the implementation of BBBE policy to address the grievances of the public. People are crying, especially small businesses that were supposed to be benefiting from this affirmative action policy, but they are not. Therefore, their grievances has to be taken into cognizance and instill the new hope to South Africans' small business sector, because as Africans, we definitely have to participate actively into the economy and grow our businesses. We cannot forever stay small, because we know that small businesses only survive for 5 years, as research has indicated recently. Now, the government should also come up with a stringent monitoring and evaluation mechanism, not just ticking the boxes of implementing BE to keep track of beneficiaries and the impact of the policy. Currently, there is no reliable statistics that is specifically focused on how BE has improved businesses in South Africa. I want to believe that as researchers, we need to develop a tool that can assist government in that area, a tool that could also improve on the lessons learned so that either a new policy could be developed or the current policy could be improved. Government need to collaborate with organizations such as SAPAM on administrative research in relation to BE implementation and ngiyanibonga uNkulunkulu anibusise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kanjere, and your topic is quite apt in terms of our theme of solidarity, because we are all aware that the issue of triple BEE was meant to ensure that historical imbalances are corrected, and South Africa promotes an equitable and inclusive economy. And there's no better place to highlight this issue than the current G20 presidency that South Africa has assumed. And it also not only shares the experience of South Africa, but also it helps to interrogate what could be done elsewhere, where these corrections these corrections need to be made for an equitable and inclusive economy. I'm not going to waste time. We need to move right ahead. I'm going to ask Professor Zondi to do his presentation.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm just going to echo the views of my colleagues, and they have said it all. Very well-researched ideas, very deep thoughts, and some insights for us to take into the world. Allow me to then move the discussion to the practicals because of the urgency of the work I do now and what the dictator of this organization called John Mulepo told me I must do. Allow me to just reflect on how we might reflect on the G20 in relation to all these ideas that we have, so that they can be promoted at a global level and increase the chance of us having a bearing on what is being discussed all over. I'm a lecturer by training, teacher by training, so I don't stand in one place. I will fall asleep myself before you fall asleep. So allow me to say this then. We are hosting the G20 for the first time in more than a decade. And we will not host it for another 20 years because it moves across the country. What does it mean for us to host 20 major economies of the world that now take very practical decisions that have practical implications for us, often against our interest, be it on issues related to food prices, or be it issues related to access to water, be it on issues related to economic empowerment and inclusion and exclusion, and all of those kinds of things. What does it mean for us to have them come to our shore and, at least at a superficial level, say they are willing to hear what we are saying? What does it mean for us to have that experience? It's a question that confronts many of us who do policy-oriented research. When we speak from the margins and we speak from exclusion, and because the conditions force us to do so, And it is possible to speak from exclusion, so much so that you make exclusion normal. That you get so used to speak from a closed door that even when the door opens a little bit, you still speak from outside the closed door when the door is now open. Because power, that's how it works. Power excludes us, but power also can include us. You know, there's a piece written by Samir Amin, which is debating with those in the 1970s who are saying Africa has been excluded. That because we've been marginalized, we have then been cast out. He was arguing, no. Africa has not been excluded. It's actually included to its disadvantage. It's actually included for exploitation. It is included to be the bottom of the ladder. It's included to be an outsider inside. So we too do move from being excluded, and then we can speak among ourselves and prepare ourselves for the opportunity when we have to be included. But it's possible that when an opportunity to be included, even in a little way, we continue to speak like we have been excluded. I mean, we see this a lot with the ANC figures today, who may be a minister and it says, we need to increase housing. And I keep asking, who are you shouting to? He is inside, but he speaks like he's outside. Because he's used to shouting to power. And now that he has one step in this power, already, of course, captured in this power, hasn't actually made the adjustment. Do we make that adjustment ourselves? Now I always ask Rasigan, if any of us, I mean, if my sister, sorry to put you on the spot, if you had an opportunity to speak to Park Stow today, he's responsible for these BE things, and we have 5 minutes to say to him, what do you say? You can't say my methodology was this. That you can say to us because you are trying to give us a sense of how I arrive at things. But am I ready, if I'm given 5 minutes to speak to the president now, to say I think these are the 3 critical things I think we must do? Are you now, you yourself, in the area that you research on water, you research on climate change or anything, if given an opportunity to speak to a coordinator of UNFCCC, and they say, give us in, do you have those 3 things you can say? That's one of the challenges that we have. Then can the Think 20 in the G20 be an opportunity then for us for thought leadership? I say it's a yes, and it's also a no. It's a captured space, it's a created space, it's a managed space and stuff. But it also can be a space where you influence others in one direction or another. The challenge I have with us radical people is that sometimes we are so committed to our radical position that we act as if our positions are of lower logic than those of the others. So I would not make my position in this meeting because there's too much right-wing people in there. Why do I think their positions are more powerful than mine? Why do I want to talk to fellow left-wingers? Why do I want to talk to fellow radical people? It's part of the problem. Now, but I use a series of questions to make this point, and I think it's now, my presentation is stuck. And then I pose this question: do we participate in international dialogues and negotiations where we are not central, where we are marginal, where we are coming from below? Do we participate? Or do we say we can't participate because they created it? Say, no, we can't go in because we're almost saying because we're powerless, because we don't have full confidence in our ideas. And part of what colonialism has done to us is to make low self-confidence look radical. You sound radical, but you're actually expressing lack of confidence in the power of the ideas that you have generated. You just have a radical reason to explain that to them. My view is that we participate, knowing, even under protest, but we participate. Conscious of the powers that are there. The real problem is when you participate either naively, assuming it's all open, and because the languages sound the same, we all think inclusion, we meaning the inclusion they mean is the inclusion I mean. That's one mistake. The other one is to run away and fear, as if the courage of your conviction will not take you far, as if the correctness, the historical correctness of your position will be lost to them. It will not be lost. Now, I pose another question, and then I quote from the African proverb, the two African proverbs. The one says, even if it drowned your child, you will still need water. Even if this is incomplete, even if it was created by the Americans and they knew what they were doing in 2009, and they were trying to save their system. I know it was so. But it's the platform that exists right now. I will not shy away from it simply because it looks blue. So even if it drowned your child, you will still need to drink water. The second one, this was the Turkana people of Lake Turkana in Central Africa. It says, they who do not dare to dance, explain it by saying the dance floor is full of thorns. They avoid making an impact, making an involvement. They simply say that's a right-wing platform. They explain a problem of lack of initiative and lack of ingenuity by blaming the place. Not understanding, not really always the understanding, that all the platforms radical people have used throughout life have never been ideal. It's always working with an institution and a platform that is not ideal in order to pursue an ideal agenda. With a confidence that we are able to influence any place we are in the interest of the people, in the interest of progress, in the interest of development. That is it. Now, the agenda this year, and people refer to it, the theme for this year South Africa chose is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. This theme, in the hands of the right wing, can mean something. But this theme in the hand of progressive people can also mean something. Now, what is the catch? The catch is whoever uses the platform to advance their interests gets their interest. Life does not allow vacuum. If we who know what we mean by black economic empowerment and a more expanded one, a more just idea of it, if we don't participate in conversation about this, our beautiful ideas will stay outside, great as they are, because they cannot make it outside it. There's a quieter song which says, it just is true, however great it is, but if I'm not in it, it won't work. What happens when you are only leading for a year, but you have to be followed by a right wing a year later? Some people say, no, but I'm only in this platform for a short time. It won't make a big difference. Of course, this idea of looking down upon ourselves is a big one. And it's understandable. And Carter G. Woodson calls it the miseducation of the Negro. He says the Negro is educated to understand his position assigned to him by power. And his position is to be at the back, is to be on the sidelines. He says, if it happens that he doesn't find a back door to enter with and a back seat to sit in, he creates one for himself because his education makes it necessary. So it makes it necessary for us to take the burden. So what happens if it is that? But has been decided by many progressives in relation to those who participate in there, against all manner of odds, is to create a continuity of ideas beyond our own seat in the front. If I sit in front today in this negotiation, and you are going to be sitting next year, and you are going to be sitting the third year, I should not worry because these things are not intimately and dependent only on me. They are dependent on art as a solidarity and a network. If I step out, I work such that you can carry on the idea and you can carry on the idea. Because we have this full confidence in it that we stand on the right side of history. For as long as we are there, even if there's 12 of us, there's 2 of us against 20, the correctness, historical correctness of our position will ultimately win the game. And that is, that we call about continuity, and then we call about consolidation, which is, our agenda must never always be dependent on us as particular bodies. But they must be so consolidated that they have a life of their own. Because if you introduce a particular perspective on triple PEE, and you don't pass it to your master's students and your PhD students, I call you a failure. Because that now, if you collapse today and die, the idea also dies with you. Something horrible about it. But our agenda, because it's historical and it's about shaping destinies, must be passed on to other people and consolidated in people. We do the same approach with the G20, making every effort to make sure that whatever happens, it's clear what is our line that we are pushing. If we don't win it this year, it's not a lost game. It's a war. It's not a battle. We don't win this year, we repeat ourselves. I mean, I was talking about Raskan the other day. It doesn't matter. We can repeat our point 20 times and 30 times. For as long as it's not been made, it's not been implemented, it's okay to repeat it until it finds a life. Until you are in irritation to the power, and that it forces it to think about concession. We should to repeat. I've heard people say, no, now you must find a new term for PEE. Now you dump PEE, you find a new term. Why are you the one making a concession when you are the one dealt unjustly? Shouldn't be the power that makes concessions. They keep saying PE is correct. It's being implemented badly, but it can be implemented better than all that stuff. But in this process, the balance between text and conversation is another question that we need to think about. International negotiations and dialogue, we should be able to make conversations like here, convince each other. But when we sit on the negotiating table, we should be able to work on the text as well. Because an is and a comma, wherever it is put, can make a whole lot of meaning differences in the process of negotiation. I think nimbleness, ability to move between platforms, because part of what radical movements have been doing is that we've been very, very efficient in talking publicly, making claims and stuff, and fail when we have an opportunity to take over government and now negotiate on behalf of people, and end up discrediting our radicalness. And we've seen it, that we have a political party, a movement, a group of people, academics, who are very strong about what it means to decolonize the curriculum. Then we get appointed a dean. We see no decolonization after that. Because we were trained to shout, but not trained to craft. We need to be able to do both the shouting and the crafting, because the system may know that, these ones are good in shouting, and give you a position deliberately to discredit you. Or we appoint you director of curriculum transformation at TUT. And then your fellow comrades will want to turn on you, it's 3 years we've been a director of this thing, and you see, no, we must go to the street. So you'll end up leaving the office to go to the street instead of using the office. So there's something really beautiful about it. Oh, my time. So we think about making sure that our spaces, in response to that question, our spaces are inclusive, make sure that there's as many voices as possible, but we make sure that you're also deliberative. It means there's careful conversations, not about everything, but those things that we think are catalytic, that can cause change. And I think it's an experience we've learned very well. What does it mean for Africa then? Africa is the newest member of the G20 and we are here. What does it mean for us to be in here? Africa's biggest challenge on any international negotiation, on any big idea, is the demand to be in. And that is Africa's biggest failure. Because it ends up being the end itself, not a means to an end. I want to be on the table, until they realize that all you need is the table. Then they invite you to the table, they've solved the problem. Once you're on the table, you are stuck. We don't know what to do with the table. So we have an opportunity to be in, but that is not what will cause change. Having Africa represented at G20 is not what is going to change the G20. It's when Africa enhances its voice and is clear about its choices in there and become an irritation on the table. Not a good friend on the table who's happy that I'm in. Pretty much it's part of South Africa's problem as well. I ask South Africa, why did you desire to chair the G20? If you're going to get an opportunity to chair the G20 in 2025 and only plan for this opportunity in November of 2024, it means you never deserved it. Because if you desired it, you would have long, at a point when you applied to be in, you would have been planning that, should I get an opportunity, these are the 6 things I'm going to try and do. We don't think about them when you are now being given an opportunity, which means your desire was to be in and not to exercise the opportunity in order to push for certain things. It's true for all of us. Some of us here desire to be HOD, but they don't have a blueprint in their minds about what they might do when I put HOD that will be progressive, that will change the discipline, that will change the terms of conversation. I just want the seat, and I have not thought about what to do with the seat once I'm in it. I will have a strategic plan in the first month of my appointment. That's a problem. Nothing strategic about planning when we are already in. Participatory negotiations, and I won't belabor this, convivial conversations, that's the same point. Now, I want to end it with this. There are opportunities, and I know I'm going to be practical now. Now let's be practical. There are opportunities that are there for us to explore. Never mind. It's the devil. There are opportunities for us to explore in the program for the year. And one that has passed us is abstract. We're supposed to send in abstract and say, this is the idea I want these 20 big economies in the world to decide on. And then that leads to policy briefs. We have missed that one too. What we do have an opportunity to participate in is that along the whole of this period, you are able to hold side events formally under the T20, and that your views can then be taken into the decision-making process. So you apply to hold, I'm going to hold a seminar, and I'm going to invite 4 or 5 other people from different countries, G20 countries, and we're going to push this particular agenda. Then that's a precious opportunity. And then, of course, what does not show here is that in June, there is a midterm conference, and in November, there is a summit. All along there, if you go in via side events, you become a sidekick to the system, and you are able to fit things in, even if you are not in through the formal process at the beginning. Thank you very much. I think that is it for me. I appreciate it. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Prof. Zondi, for the thought-provoking presentation that helps us at least to begin to think of what we need to do given the opportunity that is before us. I'm not going to waste a lot of time because lunch is almost ready. So with that, I'm going to do we have questions? We had presentations. The first one was on the impact of US tariffs. The second one was on triple BE, and then the final one from Prof. Zondi on thought leadership. Any questions, any contributions? I'm going to start from this side. Do we have a roving mic, or do we have roving mics? Okay. Over there, I think that's the first. Can I see the hands once again? I think we have 2 here. Then at the back, I also see another hand at the back. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. To Prof. Zondi, often they say South Africa punches above its weight. So I think that goes to the question we are asking, if we are able, to function in an area that one can say maybe it's an uncharted territory. We have Zelensky visiting South Africa, and many people were saying South Africa should not enter into that, but rather focus on issues that they can clearly deal with at home. So what is your impression about that? And on the G20, how does South Africa navigate, what one can term US protest of the G20? And because I think what will be important is South Africa's legacy, but there's a potential that the US, with whatever that is happening, is likely somehow to affect its legacy. So how should South Africa navigate that?
Thank you. Let's limit it at two. I think, Dr. Rasiale, you can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Program Director. I just have comments and two questions for each speaker. The first speaker, this is just a comment. I would have loved if perhaps you touch on Raoul Prebisch's work on dependency theory about this thing of trade tariffs, on how are we building into that, if there's any relevance to that. That's just my comment on that. It's not a question. And on the BEE, my professor there speaks about increased number of incompetent companies. So my question is, like, what is the yardstick that is being applied to determine this incompetence? I think you mentioned that not all companies are participating in the scorecard, right? So I wonder how they decide if a company is incompetent. And then on Prof. Zondi's presentation, this is just a comment, Prof, it's not a question. So here I speak about echo chambers. I think that's the problem. We feel more comfortable to speak to people who are more like ourselves, right? So we need to resist this neurobiological drive that we prefer people who think or look like ourselves. So it deals with all those issues that you speak about. So it's a problem, because if I don't agree with what you are saying, for some reason, I'm not part of that echo chamber, so you will not take what I'm saying. So it cuts across all disciplines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rasiale. Then let's have at the back, I saw two hands. We close it at that. I think we have responses from the presenters.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to speak to the thought leadership issues by Prof. Zondi there. You know that this G20 that we're having as South Africa for 3 consecutive years, for example, has been lying within the BRICS countries. It was with India, it was with Brazil, it is now with South Africa. And then it has been in the global south. It will move back to the global north. But South Africa's presidency of the G20 comes at a very interesting time, a time characterized by threats of unipolarity, power shifts, inward-looking narrow nationalism, and etc. The theme that South Africa has employed, solidarity, equality, and sustainability, reminds us of the 1955 Bandung Conference, Principles of Peaceful Coexistence, which, no matter where you stand in the world, should guide the management and the governance of global affairs. And we must continue to advocate for that, because irrespective of where one is in the world, we desire a global order that is characterized by mutual respect for sovereignty, mutual non-aggression, non-interference, and equality. The G20, unlike the United Nations, the G20 is more about agenda setting, because there is no secretariat to oversee the implementation of resolutions taken. but it is upon us as the Global South to continue to advocate for the upholdment of these principles of peaceful coexistence, irrespective of where the G20 presidency goes after South Africa. We must continue to advocate for an equal global order, a peaceful global order, and shared prosperity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, wonderful. I think the last question, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I'm going to try and be brief. You know, when you're a teacher, you can be brief, you speak a lot. But I want to thank the speakers for what they've shared, and I'm going to mix or integrate what I think the last speaker, Prof. Zondi, said with what I think the lady from Skukun has said. So for me, I think that Prof is correct, because if you look at what is happening in our country now with regard to what was shared, I think academia is the only hope for the country. And Prof. Zondi spoke about the kind of language that you use when you do your report, your research. We can't underestimate that if you look at the public sector, the huge documents that you have written for so many years of research. And yesterday they were iterating that there's nothing that academia has not indicated until this date. But the problem is the issue of implementation and interpretation. The way you write, do you think your ordinary layman who's sitting in the office there, who's not in academia, understands and interprets what you want to bring forth the way you understand it? I think that is a very critical point. Coming from public sector myself, I think that is very key, because we cannot underplay the inputs or recommendations that come from research, but for people to implement them, they need to understand or be written in a language that they'll be able to interpret. And what I like about Prof. Zondi, he said, I think the colleague who spoke about the problems of BBBEE, you are on point. Yesterday, I didn't want to talk because I felt like the inputs were like critiquing the government instead of highlighting what are the problems. I think the problem of that policy is implementation, and you have highlighted some of the things that we know are there. And Prof, I would have loved it that you integrated your research with interviews of the real people who are actually affected, who are working on those policies, so that it's not theory, it's reality, because there are serious problems. I don't think the policy is bad and the intentions were bad. And the issues you raise about corruption and everything, issues of infrastructure mafias, I think they emanated from the implementation of that policy. When people were not getting their slice, then they started to do something to make sure that they push government. So for academia and professors down there, I think Prof was right, Prof Zondi, to say, what is it that we're going to do to make sure that academia's voice is heard? You know, I'm not in any political space, but I think if academia can take not the attitude and others, but I like the way Julius pushes his voice and whatever. If it wasn't for him, I'm telling you, Zuma was not going to be whatever thing they're doing to him now. But if academia can take that stand, use this. Can I finish, Prof?
Yeah, just one sentence.
Yeah, use that energy to make sure that your voice is heard in simple terms, and don't stop now. After this G20, academia must still continue, because we see South Africa collapsing. And you are there, you have inputs and recommendations. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give our presenters 1 minute each, starting from Prof. Ferdinand, Prof. Kanjere, and lastly, Prof. Zondi.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think the dependence theory, I always try to avoid it because it's more political than economics. I do understand it, but I did not share all theories which are related to that. And the paper is still not published yet. So I do believe that comment need to be accommodated before the paper is sent for publication. And in one sentence, I think I enjoyed the talk of Professor Zondi, because yesterday where I was sitting with all a good, insightful speech we had from all the participants, I was asking myself, will South Africa really make impact just in 1 year? My wish is to have this presidency to be extended rather than just passing to the next country, maybe for 3 years. Yeah.
So based on your question to say, a lot of incompetent companies have been produced, this comes from the background that BEE was meant to benefit or empower businesses directly or indirectly. And I also alluded to various categories that are there, even on the scorecard. So the conglomerates or big corporates, they do not want to transfer skills fully. So what they offer is just superficial. And at the end, we end up with companies that are not fully functional empowerment and managers that do not have the required skills to compete globally. So we end up being confined just only to small businesses. So that's where the premise is coming from. And my lady there at the back saying that it would be interesting to interview people who are directly working on BEE policies. I find that quite interesting. But I just want to share that I work in the integrated Department of Transport, helping with the revision of the current BEE scores. We interact lots with businesses in that sector. And there are lots of frustration, but I take your note that proper interviews for research are really needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Zondi.
Sorry. The response, your response was so strong that it caused the things to collapse. That's the power of BEE. I appreciate it. Let me not answer questions, let me respond to what I'm hearing behind the question. For one simple reason, a number of questions open up research track, stuff that I must go research, things that I must now think about, things that we need to write about and think about. What I like about questions is that they move us from knowledge as a set thing that is kind of dead and objective to actively engaging with the realities of today. When scholars start to worry about what and how now, where to from here, we start to generate some interesting insights, because those then are not dependent on literature review, because there is no literature to review on them. And then it now depend on your literature view, not a review of someone else's view, but your view as a literature yourself. That's very, very important. One of the things that come out of the questions is this one that relates to how do we respond to change in circumstances where change looks like it's difficult. Circumstances of changes that are happening above us. How do we prepare for that? How do we respond to that change? How do we catalyze? How do we harness opportunities and stuff like that? You know, it's a question that lies somewhere between studies that we do, but the reason why we don't do it because it's not going to be sufficient to get empirical data on it. It's not going to be sufficient to get standard theoretical framework on it. We're going to have to be bold and innovative to interpret how do we respond to change in any sector of life, how do we interpret change? I mean, I was dealing with students of mine who've been studying informal settlement, formalization of informal settlement. And the premise is over resistance to formalization over a period of time. But then these two work in an area where there was a sudden change of government position from resistance to embrace. Now, my students found themselves without significance because they now have to rethink how they were thinking in the context of new things. How do we do that? When do we study? In terms of studying PE, housing, when do we study how to study? When do we study how to think? When do we study how to influence? When do we study how to take up opportunities? When do we study how to translate our epistemic power into political power? When do we study that, and why don't we study it? I guess one of the reasons why we don't study it is because we operate in disciplines. And by design, disciplines prevent us from understanding that which lies between disciplines, or that is shared by all disciplines, the bigger questions about that. Disciplines are one of the boxes that colonial systems create for us to think about inside boxes and to assume we are thinking outside boxes when we're speaking inside the boxes. It's one of the biggest questions we should do that. Then there was a question about realities, the global realities, the kind of global order we're thinking about. But colleagues, what is it? What is our shared view of the world we would like to see? Are we sure we have that? Are we sure it is shared? Where do we share it? If it is shared, where did we share? By what mechanism did we get to share? That if we all ask and we're put in different rooms, we will say pretty much similar things when asked very separately about what kind of a world we'd like to see. Are we sure we share that? Do we have conversations that would lead us to having shared views about the country we would like to see, a continent we would like to see, and a world we would like to see? I guess it's part of the problem that we have to overcome, and decolonizing knowledge and decolonizing life is partly about traversing these boundaries so that we can think a little broader about questions that really matter about change going forward. I'm sorry for not answering the questions, but responding to them. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prof. Zondi and the other panelists. You know, if you want to see that people are happy with what they are doing, they are willing to go beyond the prescribed time. We're supposed to end much earlier, but we are all seated here, and we seem to be enjoying the discussions, which tells us that I think the conversations were good and were worth the time that we had. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end by what Prof. Zondi encouraged us to do. He said we have a unique opportunity that this G20 presidency has afforded us. We need to continue thinking and continue contributing to the global agenda. And as he was talking, I thought of a saying which says, a man who does not lick his wounds, a man who does not lick his lips should not blame the wind for drying them. We have an opportunity. If we do not lick our lips, we mustn't blame the wind for drying them. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The conversations are continuing. We're not ending here, and I think Prof. Maseremule shared with us that there's going to be a consolidated, consolidated positions on what we're discussing, and I'm sure we're going to have more platforms to be able to discuss this important subject. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch. I'm told lunch is being served where we had lunch yesterday. Oh, there are gifts. I'm told there are gifts here. Just. Oh yes, the cameraman, please, Professor Kanjere is calling you. Any assistance from? Oh, we'll wait for the camera person. Thank you very much, Prof, for your presentations. We appreciate. Prof. Zondi.
Bribery.
Thank you.
Thanks for the bribery.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Prof. Ferdinand. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much. Let's go and have our lunch.
Program Director.